Good evening. Good evening, Twitch. Let me just make sure that everything looks good here. Private Pilot Ground and Sim Wednesdays. Wearing a hoodie. Finishing up our IFR NTSB PowerPoint. And then angle of attack. And how lift is generated. That looks great. Awesome. All right. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Good evening. Thank you for joining me tonight, and I really appreciate you stopping by. And if you're new to the channel, my name is Philip, and I'm a certified flight instructor down in Los Angeles. And what I do is I bring ground school and simulator hybrid stream sessions to Twitch, and just try and bring something a little bit different to the Twitch streaming space, on the order of bringing more education-based stream sessions to Twitch, aviation education. And what I like to do is split up session in the beginning with some ground, and then follow it up with some sim. And the thing is yesterday was IFR Tuesdays. Today is Private Pilot Ground and Sim Wednesdays. But yesterday I wasn't able to actually finish the other half of the evening. You know, the ground portion actually went a little longer than I had planned, and there's still actually a little more to cover, and to the point where I wasn't able to sim yesterday. So what I want to do is finish up the ground that was being discussed last night from the IFR lecture, and then get into some aerodynamics and angle of attack after that, and then we'll sim after. So a couple of things. First off, the context for the remaining IFR stuff to talk about is we're finishing part 4 of a 4-part series that I've been doing over the last few weeks, talking about IFR safety. That's all been building up to this presentation on IFR accidents that have happened to pilots in instrument weather, and the way that has built up over those 4 parts. First part was human factors, human physiology, and where spatial disorientation comes from. Second part was about the way that we manage resources, and the way that, strategies for handling workloads, whether we're in a single pilot environment or in a crew environment, in order to keep the workload low and to stay away from task saturation. Part 3 was a look into a handful of a few different videos from AOPA, Air Safety Institute, for pilots that had some close calls due to these problems, due to spatial disorientation, decision making, inadequate pre-flight briefings, and mismanagement of resources, and usually in a single pilot environment, where they got themselves in a bad situation that they were lucky enough to walk away from, but that gave a first-hand account after the fact of what went wrong and what they would do differently. That was part 3. We also looked at some accident statistics from the Null report, which is an AOPA. I want to say it's an Air Safety Institute thing as well, but it's a report that's put out after a couple of years of data have gone by, that for them to assess what were the causes of these. It's accident statistics, so what were the causes of these accidents, and how, and what were the leading, for this time period, what were the leading causes of these accidents, and what sort of things can we learn from the data. Part 4 is what we were getting into yesterday, which was looking at the airlines, looking at charter, and looking at general aviation. What were some fatal accidents that resulted from these same issues, and where the people were not so lucky? What things can we learn from them? How can we fly more safely, with more discipline, with more appreciation for what we're doing? How can we change our conduct and our standard operating procedures for ourselves so that we don't end up in the same situation? And we look at that. Yesterday, what we did is we looked at two airlines. Two fatal accidents in the airlines. Let's take a look actually here. There we go. All right. So what we did is we looked at the Part 121 refers to the set of rules that govern how airlines do their things. Part 135 are the set of rules that govern how charters do, charter and unscheduled, on-demand type flying air carriers do their thing. And then Part 91 is for the rest of us, general aviation, which we did not get to. We actually left off at the Part 91 stuff, so that's what we're going to talk about tonight. But what we saw was Atlas Air Flight 3591 back in 2019 was a crash that was a result of, it was an Amazon Prime flight with a bunch of cargo, 2 pilots, and then a jump seat pilot. All 3 died as a result of loss of control, inadequate crew resource management, and handling of the airplane, and doing too little too late. American Flight 5966 was a crew resource management issue, as well as a lot of different crew resource management issues where it's like inadequate briefing of the approach, I believe, descending below your minimum altitude, and which was similar to what was going on in the Part 135. Zach, what's up, dude? Good to see you, man. Thought I'd get an early start to finishing up the evening yesterday before we get into the private pilot stuff tonight. So picking up where we left off last night, Part 91, the Bonanza 6150 X-ray in 2019. These were pretty recent. Let's take a look and see what happened. Matter of fact, I'll be right back and we'll get to it. All right. Yeah, Zach, how's it going, man? How's your happy Wednesday, dude? It's hump day, man. How's your week treating you so far? Okay. At a glance, what happened here? And again, well, that's okay. So, it's like in June of 2019, Bonanza Beechcraft 836 was involved in a Part 91 accident. Doing well, man. Good, man. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. What does doing well look like for you, man? 6150, looks like there are too many. It should be 6150 X-ray maybe. I don't know why there's an extra little digit in there. Two fatal, so it looks like there were two people on there, and both tragically lost their lives. We're talking about a loss of control. VFR and IMC, brutal killer. We saw that in the null report that was a leading killer of weather-related accidents. And got to go through the storage shed from the old house. Found a bunch of stuff I forgot about. Nostalgia overload. That's so cool, man. Isn't that crazy? Like when you're going through that stuff and you, it's only by like going through those things that you realize maybe how much time has passed, or you're brought back to where you were when you're looking at those things at the time, and maybe the state of mind at the time, or things that were going on, and you're really reflecting on like how much what's gone by, and you're like, wow, like it's always kind of crazy to me how much can go by in such a short period of time, and then let alone if it actually has been 5 years or something like that. So what's the analysis here? So what did the NTSB conclude? Non-instrument rated private pilot and passenger departed on the cross-country flight under VFR in VMC, proceeded on course at an altitude of about 9,000 feet MSL. As the flight progressed, the weather conditions deteriorated, and about halfway through the flight, the pilot appeared to deviate before resuming flight toward the destination. Descended about 2,000 feet MSL over about 30 minutes. Let's see here. Descended about 2,000 feet over about 30 minutes. Within 20 miles of the accident site, the pilot executed multiple course changes, including 2 360 turns. The airplane then entered a right turn from southeasterly course to southwesterly course. And about 1 minute before the accident, the airplane re-entered the right turn, which progressed into a right graveyard spiral that continued until impact. We know this from radar data. We know this from ADSB data, probably. And this was in 2019 before ADSB was a requirement, but they might have still actually had it. We can think back to the part 1 of this series of IFR safety, back to the human factors and physiology and spatial disorientation, where we went over the graveyard spiral. We know what it is. We know where it comes from within the body, how we get ourselves there, what sensory type things are getting us there. But also, we understand, aerodynamically how we can get there. We talked about why we would end up in a turn even when we didn't mean to put ourselves in a turn, and what we would do, like as a result of the turn and the banking, the airplane starts to descend, and we think that the wings are level, so we just pull up. But pulling back in a turn increases angle of attack, reduces the speed, lowers and lowers, decays the speed. Angle of attack is getting higher and higher. And we are loading the airplane more and more and actually tightening up the spiral. Weather observations and satellite imagery indicated that IMC prevailed in the vicinity of where the pilot began making the multiple course changes at the accident site. It was likely that the pilot encountered rain and possibly heavy rain during the final portion of the flight. There was no record of the pilot obtaining a pre-flight weather briefing from an official source. The restricted visibility conditions present in the area were conducive to the development of spatial disorientation, and the airplane's maneuvering and spiraling descent are consistent with the known effects of spatial disorientation. It's likely that the pilot experienced spatial disorientation during the encounter with IMC, which resulted in a loss of control. All right, official opinion analysis. Based on the evidence, what is the NTSB probable cause conclusion? Non-instrument rated pilot's decision to continue VFR into IMC, resulting in a loss of control and spatial disorientation. Contributing, of course, is not getting a weather briefing prior to the flight, or at least there not being evidence that they got one. History of the flight. VMC prevailed near the departure airport, and throughout the indicated that the initial portion was conducted VMC. ADSB position data indicated that the airplane did have ADSB. Indicated the airplane climbed to that altitude, transitioned south of Chicago, Illinois, while maintaining 9,000. Pilot subsequently returned to nearing Indiana. Yeah. There's the flight data right there and the path. So out here is where the departure occurred, and then where the departure was, and then he just kind of going along that way. Kind of a crazy looking path to begin with, especially right in here. If this was all VMC, it's like what was really going on. But look at the path in the IMC portion when the weather conditions were actually lower. We see here a really abrupt change of course. Guy tries to go back and goes all the way around, and I mean, it just looks like really crazy. What we're looking at is the ADS-B data and the radar data of the flight path, and we are looking at somebody terrified. We are looking at somebody who is, coming to grips with the fact that they are and have been in a situation where they should not be. With somebody actually in the airplane as well that trusted them to do the right thing. Right here, and then there's your graveyard spiral right there. You can see it right here. It's just really crazy to see. It's really crazy to see the path and what the graveyard spiral actually, looks like. We see here the radius decreasing. Some pilot information. FAA records indicate that the pilot did not hold an instrument rating. His application for a seaplane rating indicated a total flight time of 1 hour. Pilot's logbook was not available for review. Could not be determined if the pilot had done any instrument training. Didn't hold a current medical. However, he had applied for basic med. He completed the basic med course in 2017. Comprehensive medical checklist was completed. Pilot was medically eligible to fly as long as he had a valid driver's license. So he had basic med. So part 68. That basic med thing is just like weird to me, kind of. No record that the pilot obtained an official weather briefing. Conditions at Putnam, about 14 miles northeast of the accident, included scattered 600, broken 1700, 5 miles viz. And Van Wert, about 20 miles west of the site, of the accident site, included broken 500, overcast 1,000, 2 miles viz in rain. I mean, it's just overwhelmingly like, that kind of reminds me of the Kobe crash. And, not Monday night quarterbacking the Kobe crash either, but I mean, I remember when that happened, and I was out flying IFR that same morning, actually, when they crashed. I was out doing IFR work, and, I came back and I had like a ton of text messages and stuff, people that heard that there was a crash over by where I told them that I was. And, to say like, hey, when you get back, like, let me know that you're okay. And I was like, what is everybody tripping about, Kobe crashed in this helicopter. And I was like, whoa, that's wild. I wonder what happened. I wonder if it was mechanical or what happened. And when I learned that it was that the flight was conducted VFR, special VFR, but still it was conducted under special VFR. I couldn't fucking believe it, dude. I couldn't believe it because special VFR, absolutely not. Like, so pervasive, just as the conditions are here, right? That the conditions were what they are, and that's being talked about right now. 20 miles away was clear IMC, right? It was IMC. Well, actually, I guess it was marginal VFR 14 miles, but I mean, the ceilings were there. The ceilings were low, the visibility was low. And so when I heard special VFR in the Kobe crash, I just couldn't believe it, because I know from flying out there that exact same moment, of course I was IFR. They were like 800-foot ceilings and really bad visibility, even below the ceilings. So I couldn't believe it, dude. And it's kind of crazy, like, to have gone out there. It was so unambiguously IFR is what I'm getting at. It's so unambiguously IFR that you wouldn't, that you would risk it. It's just out of control. It is another matter, like, where, you'd still make the same mistake and you're still gonna, it's still bad, and at the end of the day you still didn't get the weather briefing. But if it were conditions where it was less obvious and less pervasive, then it's like, man, they really got blindsided, right? But dude, I mean, to have 500-foot overcast, or excuse me, 500-foot broken, 1,000-foot overcast, 2 miles, 20 miles away, that, and to have marginal VFR 14 miles away. I mean, it was IMC like that in the accident, in the area, in the accident site. It was instrument conditions, best case scenario, marginal VFR all the way 20 miles out, so unambiguously IFR. It's kind of crazy what we'll convince ourselves. IMC is something I've definitely learned to not take lightly. I don't even fly with less than 8 and 3,000. It's very smart. It's very, very smart that's the case, because even 5 miles is uncomfortable. If you're not IFR, if you're not instrument rated, if you don't have instrument training, and if you're not instrument, especially if you're not instrument proficient, but if you're not even instrument rated, dude, even 5 miles it feels crazy. It does not feel good. So yeah, that's very, very smart. Personal minimums. Satellite imagery depicted clouds across the region. Overcast prevailed. Tops above 10,000. Like, that's serious, cold front, like, Midwest fucking weather, dude. Localized buildups to about 30,000 feet. I mean, presence of any intervening cloud layers was not known. Radar imagery depicted light to heavy precipitation across the region. Accident occurred as the airplane approached the area of moderate. So it could have had rain too. That just added to it all. An AirMat warning of instrument conditions. So they had an AirMat Sierra in there. So that's, again, kind of, I think, a subtle bullet point there, right? Because had he checked the weather, you would see the AirMat in the hazardous weather, in the adverse conditions. FAA spatial orientation as a loss of proper bearings, or so definition of spatial orientation. We know about the graveyard spiral. 2/3 of general aviation accidents that occur in reduced visibility weather conditions are fatal. 2/3. If you get yourself into a situation where, I mean, that's a 75. What is that? Yeah, you have a 2/3 chance. You have a 2 in 3 chance of not making it out alive. That to me is nuts, dude. Yeah, 66% chance. Even when flying at night, visual conditions can also be challenging. Remote areas with limited ground lighting. You could also have good, like, VMC, but also it being so dark, and false horizons and other optical illusions that we talked about. Crazy. Takeaways from this, okay? For God's sake, dude, get your instrument rating. I mean, how are you even flying a Bonanza, without an instrument rating? Plane like that, as capable as that airplane is, why, get your instrument rating. And for the flight sim enthusiasts that aren't even student pilots, go through the training, the Microsoft Flight Sim training. Like, go at least touch on the IFR stuff, Identify proficiency versus your currency. Like, are you proficient? You might even have your instrument rating. You might even be current, but are you proficient? Are you prepared to safely walk this journey? And like we were saying, Zach, with personal minimums, like set those personal minimums for yourself and adhere to them. At the end of the day, 91103 pre-flight action legally requires you to get the weather for any flight that is either IFR or not in the vicinity of the airport. But let's be honest, get the weather every time, But legal obligation of pre-flight action, runway lengths and takeoff and landing performance data, alternatives if the flight can't be completed, weather reports and forecasts, fuel requirements, an alternate airport, at least an alternate airport in mind. Or if you're IFR, you very well may legally be required to file one and bring the fuel to get to one. And any traffic delays, 91103. If you, for some reason, ended up VFR and IMC, could you ask for vectors to a localizer if you were equipped but not instrument rated? What I would, yes, you can. You definitely can. You would need to, they're going to ask you, hey, are you in the airplane instrument, capable? The airplane is, but I am not, right? I do not have an instrument rating. They're going to say, okay, so this is an emergency, and let's get you, to an airport of better weather. Let's get you to an airport with better weather. And I think what they would rather do is, knowing that you're not instrument rated, they're probably going to, depending on the weather and depending on the options, they're probably going to have you, and depending on the fuel, they're probably going to give you a heading to just fly attitude instrument flying and just fly straight and level, or maybe descending or turning or whatever. Very small corrections and things like that, out of your way to an airport with better weather where you can land visually, rather than closer but the weather's still bad and you're going to fly an instrument approach or, track the localizer. I know you're not saying that they would have you fly a full approach, but I'm just saying, in a situation where that's a situation where the pilot is easily overloaded, they're not going to assume that you're going to be taking direction to scan and follow the loc, because what they know is going to happen is that pilot, if they're really not trained to do that, they're going to focus on that localizer the whole time and not do shit about their instruments. Or they're going to follow, or they're going to be glued to their altimeter, or they're going to be glued to their heading indicator, just flying a heading and totally go off course. And it's like, dude, so I doubt that they would do that. And I certainly wouldn't, I would insist as a controller, like, no. If somebody asked me that, if I was a controller and somebody asked me that, and I'm looking at the mode C data, and this fucking guy is all over his altitude, and I'm just giving him headings, I'm like, there's no fucking way. There is absolutely no way, But fair question. I just think it's crazy, man. Like, how taken for granted, or it's like, I've heard people say it's not as big of a deal to get, I'm only going to fly in weather that's good weather, so I don't need an instrument rating or whatever. I'm just like, you don't even realize, dude, until you start really doing your instrument rating, that upon completing your private pilot, you're only a third of the way there. That it's not until you're instrument rated that you're like 2/3, the other 2/3 are done, and you're pretty much complete in terms of being a pilot and knowing how to do certain things and really how to navigate and handle that airplane. dude, you're a third of the way there when you're certificated after you're private. You know, so much is packed into that instrument rating, and that you don't realize that you don't have. You know, it's crazy to me what people will. Or you know what else is crazy to me are the people that get their instrument rating and they're afraid of IMC, and what they're gonna say is they're like, I would never fly IMC, and I'm only gonna use this instrument rating in an emergency. You know, I'm like, wait a minute, you're telling me that you're not gonna be proficient? You're telling me that the only time you're gonna use the skills that you're learning right now, you're not gonna use those skills at all until it's most crucial? That makes no fucking sense. Like, do you not see the logic and problem in that? You said, I still feel like I'm limited in the sky without the instrument rating. I want to get it started as soon as I can. Dude, the instrument rating is everything. That's why it's my favorite thing to teach. It's everything, you know? And it's also the jumping off point with like more like, you know, it's the jumping off point really, because when you're gonna get instrument rated, right? And then you're gonna go do your high performance. Well, guess what? You can do your high performance and maybe do an ILS, you know, and you start doing your complex aircraft, like you do your complex. It's like, well, you do your instrument stuff, and now you're like, you know, putting your gear down at the final approach fix, right? And so you're like integrating your instrument. When you do your commercial single, it's a commercial single engine land instrument. You know, you're doing instrument shit on there, right? If you do your multi-engine, it's your commercial multi-engine land instrument. So it's like, it is so fundamental, man, and it'll save your life. At a minimum, you'll be faster and you'll be tighter in your procedures and stuff. Oh yeah, dude, exactly. Or even just staying IFR and just kind of being able to like look outside and be like, damn, it's really shitty out here. But you know exactly where you are. You know exactly what altitude you're supposed to be at for terrain clearance. You know exactly what the plan is. If it gets worse, you know, visibility wise, you know, you checked the weather. It does, you know that at your destination you're going to be doing what approach you're going to be doing. You know that you're gonna see the airport before your minimums. So you're chilling. All you're just doing is looking around, watching your instruments and your navigation, and you're just like, damn, it really looks like shit out here. Thank God I'm not VFR, you know? Let's take a look at this Warrior. I think it looks like a Warrior, maybe a 140. But look at this fucking thing, dude. Just burnt up, man. Yeah, I'd love to get you going, dude. I'd love to do that. You as a student would be the shit. That would be the fucking bomb, dude. That would be so cool. Okay. Oh yeah, no, it says it right there. It's a Piper 140. So 2018, Part 91 flight, 6177 whiskey. Looks like it's a single occupant, right? SRM, single pilot resource management. Loss of control, IMC. What happened? Commercial pilot. Not a pilot for the airlines, but what they mean by commercial is they were probably commercial certificated. Commercial pilot completed a normal pre-flight inspection, engine run-up, received an instrument flight rules clearance. Oh, so okay, so he was IFR, did receive an IFR clearance to depart from an uncontrolled airport where fog, low visibility, and clouds were present. Shortly after takeoff, the airplane entered the clouds and the fog, climbed on the departure runway heading, turned right, consistent with the clearance provided. However, the airplane continued the right turn, flying a 360 circle. During the circle, the airplane rapidly descended to about 60 feet above the ground. Oh my. During the circle, the airplane descended rapidly about 60 feet above the ground and then climbed to about 600 feet AGL. Last radar data point showed the airplane at 356 feet AGL, flying at 42 knots ground speed. Just all messed up, dude. Just all messed up. Restricted visibility, maneuvering, and workload associated with the initial takeoff. I'd love to know what the clearance was. What the was it a complicated ODP? We could probably look at what the ODP is out of this airport. In fact, we should. Let's check it out. This was out of Chesapeake. CPK. Let's take a look. Let's look at what's likely, what was likely assigned. CPK. Come here to Chesapeake. Yeah. Do they not have an ODP? I guess not. Huh. Yeah. Dang, okay. Unless I'm like blind here. Dang. Oh, Norfolk maybe, huh? Here we go. Boom. All right. Chesapeake, the ODP takeoff obstacle. Yeah. So there is no procedure per se. It looks like it was just whatever ATC gave him that day. Okay, cool. So what was the probable cause? Oh. Right. Restricted visibility, maneuvering, the workload associated with the post-takeoff phase of flight provided conditions conducive to the development of spatial orientation and the changes in the airplane attitude, heading, and speed depicted on radar consistent with known effects of spatial orientation. You can see it plain as day right there. Which resulted in exceedance of the airplane's critical angle of attack, stall, and then lost it. It impacted the terrain. Commercial pilot was fatally injured. Instrument flight rules. Flight plan was filed for the flight. Wow, the pilot's spouse reported that for about 7 years the pilot had commuted to Chesapeake for work, or to that airport from Chesapeake, and an accident flight was the flight to return to work. She reported that the night before the accident, the pilot called the fixed base, the FBO at Chesapeake, to have the fuel tanks topped off. During the pre-flight inspection of the airplane on the morning of the accident, she observed the pilot walk around the airplane, sampled both fuel tanks, removed the cover from the pitot tube on the left wing, commented to the pilot that it was foggy. The pilot stated to her that as long as I can see the runway, I'll be fine. This is a gnarly like personal minimums one, where looks like the pre-flight around the airplane was done, but did you get the weather pre-flight action, 91103 pre-flight action? Did you get the weather, and actually were you, just assuming that? I think it sounded like a little bit of hazardous attitude as well, where it's like the instrument rating made him like immune to, any bad weather issues. That is absolutely not the case. As long as you can see the runway, you'll be fine. Absolutely not, Review of ATC communications provided by FAA revealed that while on the ground at CPK, the pilot requested an IFR clearance via telephone. He was issued instructions to fly ahead. Oh, thank God. Okay. So fly heading of 050, maintain 3000. Pilot called back, advising the controller that he was ready for takeoff. Controller issued him a clearance void time, and the pilot informed that he would be airborne within 3 minutes. There were no further communications received, so he never established radar contact. Review of radar data provided that the FAA revealed that the airplane departed the runway 23. Wait, what? Oh, he must have turned to a heading of 050 and then maintained 3000, I'm assuming, because unless he took off on the wrong runway. But climbed to about 350 mean sea level on a southwest ground track, began a right turn. The airplane continued turning right and completed a 360-degree turn, during which it rapidly descended to 75 feet MSL, then climbed to 600 feet MSL. The last radar return was about a quarter mile from the accident site. Okay. Pilot held a commercial pilot certificate for single engine and multi-engine land and instrument. Crazy. He also held a remote pilot certificate for small unmanned aircraft and control tower operator certificate. What? The pilot was issued an FAA second class medical in 17. At the time, the pilot reported civil flight experience that included 2,100 total time, 160 hours in the preceding 6 months. Wow. For like a private, for like a private owner that isn't like a flight instructor, like that's some serious time, 160 hours in 6 months, that's major time. Pilot's most recent logbook was not located, and according to the pilot's wife, pilot routinely carried the logbook with him in the airplane. All right. Let's see here. The weather conditions reported at Chesapeake included visibility of a quarter mile in fog, overcast ceiling at 200 feet above the ground, 070 at 3, temperature 19, dew point 18. Wow. Basically IFR all day. According to Latos Flight Service, the pilot filed IFR over the telephone during the call. He declined a weather briefing. Not even worth it. He knew he was going to go. Therefore, the specific weather products the pilot had reviewed regarding the flight could not be determined. Whoa. This is a good place, I think, too, looking at this actually like crazy devastating weather. It's a great time to talk about and just allude to things that we've actually talked about before, personal minimums, and setting personal minimums when we are flying IFR, very, very important. How do we set IFR personal minimums? First of all, why do we set minimums? Well, first of all, the setting personal minimums is something that we do regardless, whether we're IFR or VFR, but we set personal minimums for departing an airport IFR because there are no takeoff weather minimums for Part 91 operators. There are no regulations that say when you're Part 91, the minimum weather for departing IFR is this ceilings and this visibility. There are none, right? Part 90, there is no mention of any takeoff weather minimums for Part 91. So we set our own personal minimums and what the weather needs to be at or above for us to depart IFR. And so how do we set those minimums? That's why we set them. But how do we set them? We set our personal minimums for departing an airport IFR based on the approach. Well, one way to do it is to base our minimums based on the approach that we would do, that we would have to do, that we would do if we had to come back to that airport in the event of an emergency right after departure. Like if we had a vacuum failure or a passenger like has a seizure or whatever, we get an electrical problem and we have to come back to the airport. What approach are we going to do back into the airport that we're leaving? And, we're going to base the weather, based on that. You're looking at the approach into that airport and looking at CPK. Looks like they've got an ILS runway 5. This would have been, if it was available to him, would have been an option. Pretty straightforward ILS into runway 5. Looks like one. No, not even. It's pretty much you cross the final approach fix and then continue on down. Glide slope intercept at 1,700 feet. Down on the ILS, runway 5, down to an altimeter of 218 is 200 feet above the ground. Visibility of a half a mile. So what we want to do is look at this approach and see, okay, first of all, what I really like is that there are some options here. But if I'm going to do the ILS, I'm assuming that RNAV wasn't available to him at the time, but it might have been. That if I'm going to do this ILS runway 5 into Chesapeake, if I have an emergency, can I get down? Am I for sure going to get down? And not only that, but is the weather better than what the minimums are for me to get down? What weather needs to be? Well, so if you get down to 200 feet above the threshold, the touchdown zone elevation, if you get down to 218 on the altimeter and you don't see those visual references that you need that we talked about yesterday in 91-175, then you're going to go miss. You cannot come back down in here. And when you're at 218 on the altimeter, you're 200 feet above the ground. So what we want to do is look at that ILS and double that. We want to at least double the ILS minimums and say, okay, if the clouds are not, if I'm going to be 200 feet above the ground at that point, and the clouds are also measured in an AGL number, if the clouds are at or below 400 feet, or the visibility is less than 1 mile, right? That's half, that's doubled, then I'm not going to go. 400 foot ceilings and 1 mile visibility is still really, really, that's pretty sporty. That's pretty intense. Take it from somebody. I've flown in 500 foot overcast. That's my personal limit, but I have experience. I'm an instrument instructor. Okay, so even that being the case, I've flown single pilot, IMC, high performance complex, and I will not go lower than 500 foot ceilings. This guy went out in 200 foot ceilings, a quarter mile visibility. I mean, the ceilings were 200 feet. That means that you might not even you might not even continue at all if you needed to do that approach, right? But what we're trying to do is have a baseline and then a margin of a buffer margin on top of that ensures that we're going to break through. Now, what I would recommend for a new instrument pilot is to set higher personal minimums for several reasons. One of which is with the understanding and the acknowledgement that you don't have the experience yet, right? You need to work your way, you need to ease into it, right? And so you need to be responsible. about what we get ourselves into. It's one thing to say, oh, I'm in a bad situation, but it's another thing to be like, okay, I haven't left yet. Am I going to put myself in a bad situation? What can I do to avoid a bad situation? That's what it's all about, okay? Proactively doing that. So you look at this localizer here. What's the localizer say? If doubling the ILS makes no goddamn sense, then what else are we going to do? We're going to look at this localizer and say, okay, personal minimums wise, what the clouds needed to be for my category, 462 feet above the ground and a half a mile visibility. Doubling that localizer minimum puts us at, if we call that 500 feet, that's 1,000-foot ceilings and 1 mile visibility, right? That's pretty good. That's pretty good, man. You know, you could add 50% to the localizer minimums, right? If that's 700, or excuse me, if we round that up to 500, half of 500 is 250. So we could round that up to, 50% added onto this is about 800 if we're rounding up. You could call it 800 and then a mile visibility. You could do it that way. You could double these circling minimums. If you're really brand spanking new and you don't really have that much IMC time, you might say, okay, I'm not going to go unless the clouds are at or above the final approach fix minimums, right? You're out here essentially sea level. Okay, so you could say, yeah, if the clouds are if the ceilings are any lower than 1,700 feet, I'm not going to go, because what I want to be damn sure of is, since I don't have a lot of experience, I'm a new instrument pilot. I want to break out right as I'm doing. I don't even want to do that final segment and that descent under IMC, And the reason why is because, again, what's the situation? The scenario is we're always thinking in terms of scenario-based training. The scenario is we have departed IFR, we are in the clouds, and an emergency has occurred, and we need to come back, right? So our stress is high, the workload is high, the task saturation is right around the corner. You're not even thinking about stuff that you should be thinking about. You're not thoroughly briefing your approach. You're not doing this, and you should be, because you're worried about your spouse or something in the passenger seat that's having a seizure, or you're having a pain in your chest, or whatever it is, or your vacuum just failed and now you're having to do this partial panel for real. Your life depends on you doing this for real partial panel. It's not a perfect situation. Like, oh, I've flown an ILS before. I'll take it down to 200 it is. I've flown this ILS a million times. You are not thinking correctly. You're not having the captain mentality. Be honest with yourself. You are not doing an ILS for fucking fun in this situation, dude. It's an emergency situation. You're coming to grips with the fact that this is for real, and that your life depends on you making the right decisions from here on out until you land. That is when it's real deal. So don't put yourself in that position, where you're gonna hopefully get down. What needed to happen here with this if this very guy that we're reading about right now saw this ILS, saw that this was 200 feet you don't even have the visibility. You don't have the visibility. Part 91, 175 says that to land, you need the flight visibility. He'd get down there, even if he broke out right at the last second at 200 feet, which he might not have. You still need to see this Mauser. You still need to see this approach light system, medium intensity approach light system with runway alignment. You still need to see that. And if you do, then you're allowed to continue beyond your DA, your decision altitude, to 100 feet above your touchdown zone elevation. Assuming that you see that. But if you need a half a mile visibility and you've only got a quarter, you're out of here. Now, someone like that who's going to go anyways, they're going to push through that decision altitude and keep descending just because they see the ground, thinking that that's an adequate visual reference when it's not. And then what's going to happen? You're going to end up like these guys, dude. You're going to end up like these guys. These guys. That's exactly what these guys did. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what these guys did. Right? Collision with objects on the approach. How? Descending below your MDA in this case. Right? So set those personal minimums, stick to them, and base them on real deal, and realize that none of us are immune, you know? Just because you have an instrument rating doesn't mean that you're, you know, Superman. That's wild that that's what the weather was. And, you know, looking at that ILS, dude, you never would have made it even if you needed to come back. Also, dude, it's a Piper, dude. It's a Cherokee 140, man. It's not like it's like a Pilatus or something crazy with like autopilot and GPS and everything. Like this is like, and the thing that blows my mind, dude, is like this is a commercial single engine and multi-engine land certificated person instrument. You know, they know how to handle an airplane. And it's kind of an interesting thought. 2,100 hours of total time. It's kind of an interesting thought where it's like he was right in that really hazard red flag portion of the curve where it's like you're still early on, like you gain it, you have experience, but it's early in your whole career, and you know the bravery and like the risk, you know, is high because you think that you have the certificates, you have the experience. It's not that much experience. It's a pretty good amount of time, but it's not like 10,000 hours. And so it's like, you know, you're untouchable. Yeah, it's very, very unfortunate. Yeah, what's legal versus what's safe. Personal minimums regarding IFR departures, literally like what we were just talking about. Get that weather briefing, dude. How are you not going to get a weather briefing when the weather is that bad? My first question would be, oh, okay, it looks like shit outside, but how bad is it? How high up do the clouds go? How bad is the visibility? Where is the forecast going? You know, is this a cold front? Where is the freezing level? You know, when was this? In May? I'd still want to know where the freezing level was. All right. This one's probably the most difficult for me to talk about. But we're definitely gonna do it, and you know, yeah, we can learn a lot from all of these. But I think this one really epitomizes that it's the responsibility that we have as pilots to our passengers that trust that we are doing what we need to be doing. And yeah, this is like a really difficult one. 2018, it was a 182 turbo. It was a Part 91 flight, 4 people on board. Loss of control on the missed approach. IMC day. I mean, just unrecognizable down here in the corner. Commercial, the pilot was the woman on the left here. Commercial pilot was conducting a personal cross-country flight. Upon arrival at the destination airport, ATC cleared the pilot for a GPS approach. Controller instructed the pilot to change to the airport CTAF after passing the initial approach fix. Pilot acknowledged, after which point no further communications were received. The available ATC data depicted the airplane tracking the final approach course until radar contact was lost less than 2 miles from the runway due to routine radar coverage limitations. Radar contact with the airplane was not regained. Low IFR conditions prevailed, and the cloud ceiling was below the MDA for the approach. Let's take a look at the approach into Monroe. Let's see here. A witness heard the Monroe. Zach, can you look that up? What's the airport identifier for Monroe, Wisconsin? I'm wondering if it was if we could look at the RNAV approach. A witness heard the airplane immediately before the accident. For an emergency return back to the departure. For an emergency return back to the departure airport soon after takeoff, would you go off a missed approach even though you just took off, or just a normal approach? Let me reread that. So for an emergency return back to the departure airport, would you go off of a missed approach even though you just took off, or just a normal approach? Are you talking about going off of, what would you go off of, like when you're planning your personal minimums? Is that what you're saying? You're talking about like what would you use basically when you say what would you go off of? Like, in other words, are you saying like, would you go off of what type of missed approach are you going to do back, what your missed approach option would be, or, is that what you're saying, if when you're doing the planning? Yeah. No, no, no. I would just keep it simple, because the idea is like you're going to do this approach, right? And you do not want to go missed. You're going to do this approach. You need to come down. So don't leave unless the weather is for sure going to allow you to do this regular, normal approach and like land. You know what I mean? Now, I'd look at when you're briefing this approach, like that, what you're saying is what is the plan? Like, what's my plan B? Like, how am I going to get back? And when you brief that approach, yeah, you definitely do look at that missed approach and you're like, dude, this mist is like complicated as shit. Or it's like, oh, we don't have, this is a GPS approach and we don't have the GPS. So like, I can't use this approach, and that, or whatever, like that missed approach is complicated or something, like, sure, but for the most part, just keeping it simple in terms of ceilings and visibility, you go to that minimum section of the actual approach. Okay. She subsequently observed a fireball through an opening in the tree blind behind her home and immediately heard an explosion. The accident site was located about half a mile north of the runway departure threshold. The investigation was unable to determine whether the autopilot was engaged during the flight. However, the precise flight track and course intercepts depicted by the position data are consistent with extended portions of the flight, including the initial portion of the approach being flown by the autopilot. While the published missed approach procedure included a left turn, the location of the accident site in relation to the runway indicated a right turn was executed during the missed approach. This revealed that the pilot was not using the course guidance from the autopilot and was either using the autopilot in heading mode or was flying the airplane manually. Based on the witness description of, that's a good point. Based on the witness description of an airplane performing aerobatics, it was likely that the pilot was flying the airplane manually, and there's that spatial disorientation coming in. Furthermore, it's probable that the airplane remained in instrument conditions during the approach and missed approach phases of flight. Therefore, since it was likely that that was the case, it's likely that the pilot became spatially disoriented during the missed approach, which resulted in a loss of airplane control with the trees and terrain. How would that have happened? Remember, we were saying the somatogravic, the illusions of pitching up much more than you really are. When you go to execute that missed approach and you punch the power and you go full power, right? Especially in a 182, this is like, it's a high performance airplane. That's gonna pull you back kind of like that, and you do pitch up. A lot of the time it's you're climbing, you maybe straight ahead to a certain lower altitude, and then a climbing turn, or maybe it's a climbing turn initial. You're gonna feel that acceleration, and that's gonna induce a feeling of like pitching up. Yeah. Contributing to the accident was the pilot's decision to execute an instrument approach in weather conditions that were below the approach minimums. So, the idea that, I mean, you got the weather report and it was reported lower than the minimums. It's not like, the weather was at or like barely above the minimums and then you're going to go see and make sure and then, okay, let's go see it. Or, that's like at minimums and you're like, is it though? Like, dude, if even if the weather was reported at minimums, I still wouldn't go down. I'd be like, well, dude, we need to divert. It got crazy around here. Like, you know, legally you're allowed to do that, but dude, like, should you? History. What happened? June 2018, the 182 turbo was destroyed, colliding with trees and terrain. EFT. Yeah, big Starflies. What's going on, Starflies? Dude, if you haven't checked out Starflies' channel, you gotta head over there. Like, stop watching this and go follow her right now, and then come back though. But you gotta go check her channel out. It's actually been a little like minute for since I've last saw. But dude, I'm definitely overdue for some great entertaining like flight sim streaming, dude. Always super thorough with like the briefings and very very like conversational. Really really cool chick to watch. I wonder what it was that she was doing. She was either doing one of these, but I just wish that I knew which one. Dude, Starflies. Dude, I wish you were tuned in yesterday. We did. We looked at also some. I put together this PowerPoint right here. We looked at. First of all, we broke down like null report and like other things. Oh, you were lurking. Oh, you already knew, dude. You already know. Yeah, that was a super good discussion, man. Like looking at these other parts, like no one's immune. So 121 and 135, very very interesting. Getting below your, yeah. Oh, awesome, dude. I'm really glad. Yeah, how about that one, dude? Imagine. Can't believe nobody died in this 4-unit building here. How like crazy is that? Yeah, I do too. I think there's so much to learn from what happened that oh, right the fuck there, dude. The RNAV runway 30. Okay, cool. So let's check that out. There's so much to learn and I just think like I would talk about this like in my ground and stuff, especially I was like the chief ground instructor like at this other flight school I'm not at anymore, but I would do everybody's instrument ground, and especially the double eyes. But I would give the instrument rating to everybody, and I would talk about these accidents, and I'm like, man, you know what? Like this is so interesting. All of the so many good lessons here, and such constructive like conversation that we can have, and people can weigh in on what they see, what they would do, and what this relates to other this makes me think of when we talked about this. I'm like, you know what, dude, just put something together, just have a PowerPoint put together where you can go through all that information and bullet point it all and break it down. And this is like, I would do it better in the future. I would add to this or whatever, but the idea is definitely there. Zach, top 5 favorites. Oh, dude, I appreciate that, man. Let's take a look at that GPS runway 30, eh? All right. So what do we got here? Okay. So very straightforward from Davis or Genzu to Zodi, Zebru, and then to the runway straight in. Ooh. LNAV, dude. Out there on their own on the vertical. There's no vertical guidance here. There's no electronic vertical guidance. So you're down there from Zebru, visual descent point here, 1.2 away from the runway, and then a missed approach point at the approach end. Pappy off to the left. Dude, 410. 410 above the ground. The fact that the weather was that low and they just did it anyways, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. MSA is pretty low too. It's probably pretty flat out there. I wonder where, and the other tragedy here is you didn't need to do the landing. You didn't need to do the approach. Look at this shit. I mean, dude, land at what is this, Southern Wisconsin? Land at Southern Wisconsin, or go out of your way, dude. Go back down to Chicago to Rockford or something, dude, where the weather was better, and drive. Just drive. Look at, it's not like you're in the middle of nowhere with no, diversion airports, And even fully loaded, dude, it wasn't even like, even though there were 4 passengers, dude, you had 2 kids in there, 1 adult, 2 adults and 2 kids. You could have loaded that 182 up, full fuel, bags, 2 kids and 2 adults, and not even been close to max gross. There's no way. And so, I mean, you're packing fuel. Just go somewhere else, dude. Or go somewhere with like an ILS at least, where you're definitely, let's say there's probably weather with shit everywhere, Dude, just go to Madison. Go to Madison. Fly the ILS. I mean, Monroe, looking at the, where are you going? Where are you going? You're going to Davis. You're going to Davis? Wait, hold on. I'm tripping. There we go. Davis, right there. Okay? Look at this. They got an ILS right here for runway 4. Starting at Davis, dude. Starting at Davis. Katie Cutie Pie, what's going on, little one? Dude. Look, this is what I'm saying. You fly the ILS runway 30, or I'm sorry, the RNAV runway 30 into Monroe, correct? Boom, you go from Davis or whatever, Genzu, Zodi, Zebru. You try it, even though you know that the weather was reported lower than minimums anyways, which you shouldn't ever do that. You go, actually no, let's say that you don't do that, because that's what the problem was she actually went missed. You're going to, let's say that you're going to Davis anyway, right? Because Davis is one of your initial approach fixes, if that is, and she might have been coming from the north. But my point is this, dude, without getting too into the weeds, if you're going to start at Davis or end up at Davis, assuming that you fly that missed approach correctly and that you don't get spatial disorientation on the missed approach, dude, go to Davis. And instead of go from Davis onto the approach into Monroe, go to Davis and get on the approach on the ILS, man. Go to Davis and get on the ILS. It's not even a part of the DME arc, dude. It's just a straight from Davis, intercept, and then boom, in. 200-foot ceilings, 200-foot minimums, 200 feet above the ground. Yeah, it's hard to say. Get their itis, as you were there yesterday, we saw get their itis and fatigue playing a role in the decision making. I do wonder about passenger management and external pressures as well, as well as get their itis. Like, there's definitely that too, but I think that when you're talking about your family is in the airplane, she might have been tired, she might have, you're right there, especially if you kind of like, like you fly the IFR, right? So you'll like somewhat see the ground, and it's like, you're tempted because you'll be like going on this descent, right? And you're coming up to your MDA or your DA, and you're not really seeing what you should be seeing. You're not there yet, but you're like, whoa, dude, like, how am I not seeing Like anything, like this is really weird. And then what do you see? You start seeing the homes, but right directly below you, you start seeing the sodium lamps. You seeing some maybe cars, maybe, you know, and you're like, oh, okay, there's the ground. It's like, I mean, it's weird how that can play a role in like, oh, I see something. Okay, good. There's the ground. Okay, good. And then you just continue. It's like, is the ground anywhere in the language of the regulation? And it's like, we're here already. You know, we're here. My kids got to go to the bathroom. They're like, the little one is like nervous. Look at this one, dude. This really frustrates me, man. Look at that. That's fucking real. Dude, I'm like, it's hard to talk about. It's hard. And so I mean, you're talking about some serious, you definitely get their itis potentially, but some serious external pressures here with these two little ones, man. But my thing is like, I don't know. So, pilot informed the controller that she would like to proceed to Rockford in the event of a missed approach. Okay, so she had an idea of an alternate. However, she later advised the controller she wanted to go back to E&W. Controller provided alternate missed approach instructions. Fly heading 090, climb and maintain 4,000. Controller authorized the pilot to change to the airport common traffic advisory frequency. No further communications were received from the pilot. At the airplane passed Zodi intermediate approach fix and turned to the northwest. Inbound to runway 30. Airplane passed Zebru. Final approach fix. Final radar data point recorded. The airplane was almost 2 miles away southeast of the runway 30 threshold. Loud high-pitched sound. Fireball. Pilot information. What's up? This is crazy, man. Commercial airplane, single engine land. Instrument, third class, 81. But 4,600 hours total time. I mean, this chick was a badass, dude. 90 hours in make and model in the 182. History of 2 deviations, okay. Altitude deviation while operating IFR 500 feet above assigned. Yeesh. Failure to change frequencies is required, okay. So you had some there. What are we talking about weather-wise? Included overcast departure airport, clouds at 300 feet AGL, 3 miles visibility. EFT indicated low IMC prevailed. 200 feet AGL, well below those, what were they, 380 or no, excuse me, they were 4 something, right? 430 or something minimums on the RNAV GPS 30. LNAV minimum descent was 410 above the runway. Circling MDA was 454 above the airport elevation. Published mist was the climbing left back to Davis. Yeah. Yeah, so that missed approach, when you're accelerating and you have the hair cells in your inner ear at the bottom of those semicircular canals, you know, one for each axis, and you go and accelerate backward and they, you know, tilt back, it makes you feel like you're climbing a lot crazier than you are. You know, depending on what the head movement was, you know, might have felt like she was in a turn and that she shouldn't have been in, you know, having to turn. They said that the instructions were to do one thing, and the radar data showed that she was doing something else. We saw that with the leans. We saw that with the graveyard spiral. We saw that with these things where it's like, if you're moving your head weird out of plane, or if you're like, abrupt on the controls, you could be in a turn, or I'm sorry, you could be wings level, feeling like you're in a turn, and then you're gonna go and upright the wings, but you don't realize you were wings level to begin with, so now you are for real in a turn. She missed, and the plane ended up in a course inconsistent. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. I was like, am I not crazy, right? Yeah, supposed to be in a left turnout on the mist, and the plane ended up on a course consistent with the right turnout on the mist. So it's just kind of, it's just crazy to think she's just like all messed up. Alternate airport, have an exit strategy. I think it sounded like she had planned an alternate. If I'm not mistaken, it sounded like she had an alternate in mind and changed her mind or something. Anytime I'm gonna go fly IFR for real, I know exactly what the plan is gonna be, and I usually plan like I'm a big believer in A, B, and C. And Starflies back me up on that. I mean, like, you don't need to go crazy with D, E, F, G. Like, that's not what I'm saying, but, plan A, B, and C. And the plan A and the B, like, you need to know, you know what I mean? Because there is always that thing where it's like, the necessary conditions for plan B, like, they're not in the cards. So it's like, okay, cool. Like, I did think of that, and what I'm gonna do, I need to hold here for a second. Like, I kind of planned on B, so I need to hold here, and I need to like regroup. I know what C is gonna be, but I brought fuel for A and B, so like we need to regroup here, and like I know what C is gonna do, what I'm gonna do, but we need to kind of like make sure. But I do know generally what I'm gonna do. So have that exit strategy. Just go through it in mind. I think the main thing, dude, is no matter what your philosophy is, don't assume that it's all going to work out exactly the way that it's supposed to be. My other thing, too, like I'll teach my students is like, assume you're going to go missed. Assume that the landing is not going to work out, and assume that you're not going to see the visual references where you're going to need to see them. Don't do an approach. Don't leave an airport with, if the weather's lower than your personal minimums, where you are guaranteed that, But then when you're doing an approach, conduct yourself in a disciplined manner where you're not assuming that you're going to land. Because if you're assuming that you're going to land and the weather turns out to not be what it needs to be, you're going to tend to, you got to hopefully break that train of thought and switch gears and go, oh shit, I guess I have to go missed, right? And then go do it. What's likely going to happen, especially if you have external pressures or get theiritis, is you're going to continue, and you're going to end up like those other guys that we saw. So instead, if your mentality is you're like, all right, we're going to end up going missed, and then I'm going to fly straight ahead. I'm going to make that climbing left turn, direct to this. I'm going to hold direct, and then we're going to go to our alternate. It's going to be great. You get down there to your DA or your MDA, and you have all of the visual references. You go, you know what? I changed my mind. Let's land. The landing interrupts what you were prepared to do. So that fundamental difference, I think, is a big game changer when it comes to composure and stress management and workload management, because you're ready for something completely different, and that you can handle. If you end up seeing a runway and you're like, I think I'll land, it's like that you wanted to land, right? So I think it's just a different way to do it, but have that exit strategy ready. Focus on the instruments. Right, just leave the feelings behind. Remember, we were talking last night about the folks like in the recycle facility, and as all the trash is like going along on the conveyor belt, like they're picking out the shit that is not recycled. Like they're throwing that out, they're like, good, they're sorting through it, good, okay, those are, oh nope, there's something, good, okay, that's out, okay, good, recycle, nope, right there. So I'm constantly doing that when I'm flying IFR. I'm picking out any any sort of sensory, any sort of information going to my brain about what I think I'm doing or what I feel like I'm doing, pick that right out and just toss it. Just toss it away. Irrelevant, you know? And the more continuously that you can do that and just focus on the analysis of the instruments and the logic game of the instruments, the better. That's what it's all about. And that is like one of the best ways to combat spatial disorientation. It's one thing to say, well, just don't get space, just trust your instruments. It's like, no, make a conscious effort to toss out your feelings. In this case, don't matter, as brutal as that sounds. Your feelings don't matter. Your feelings don't matter. And of course, I'm being, tongue in cheek. Never force descent below your MDA or your DA. Assume you're gonna go miss. That's literally what I just said. I love gifts to myself in the future. All right. Yeah, and there's a high performance. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a high performance airplane, dude. I mean, this is like a real deal airplane, Not that there's like any less real deal airplane. Like if you're flying, it's all real deal, Like don't get me wrong, but there is a difference, Fuck your feelings. Yeah, dude. I mean, yeah, that's so funny. I would love to be, Master CFI Award of the Year or something like that, and quoted on the keynote with my picture like this or whatever, and that's what was quoted, kind of like yearbook quote. It's great. All right, guys. I'm gonna take a second. I'm gonna refill, and that was amazing though, dude. We're gonna get into aerodynamics and talk about angle of attack and the way that lift is generated, and then we're gonna get into almost on time too. Like I started early to finish last night's stuff by 8 p.m. so I could start my private pilot stuff by 8, and we're damn near right there. That's great. We'll talk about angle of attack and where lift comes from. The cool thing is all of December, private pilot, I decided that, oh shit. All of December for private pilot, ground, and sim, the ground will be aerodynamics themed. It's going to be awesome. So instead of covering all of aerodynamics in one 3-hour thing, and then next week is instruments, or whatever, I really want to focus on more and talk about less, variety. I mean, there's going to be variety. It's going to be great. I like the idea of a themed ground month, of all aerodynamics. We're pilots, right? So it's all about angle of attack. It's all about keeping that wing flying. We saw angle of attack and stalls as in a couple of those fatal accidents, right? The importance of that, of course, we got to keep this wing flying. So I think angle of attack is one of those things too, and how where lift comes from is one of these things that eludes, I think, it eludes a lot of people. And you might be getting ready for a check ride, or you might be, a pilot looking for some recurrent stuff. And talking about angle of attack and generating lift is something that we might comfortably think, oh, I got this. Why, why would we talk about this? But you never know. You never know what you're going to hear, and some ideas about what we do and about generating lift that you might not have heard before. Or at a worst case scenario, it's a new way to think about what you already know. So with that, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to refill, and we'll talk about aerodynamics, and then we'll go fly. We'll go fly in the sim. It's going to be fun. All right. Just had to get my tablet here because I'll probably end up drawing at some point. This is definitely one where... Furman? What's going on, Furman? No, actually, you are right on time. You're right on time for the private pilot ground. You are late as balls for the wrap up of last night's ground, though. That's what I did. Is I had to cut last night's a little short just because we were kind of going over, so what we were doing tonight was just finishing up the IFR accidents and analysis, the NTSB analysis, and we finished up those Part 91 flights, and we're just now getting into aerodynamics and angle of attack. All right. Now, the cool thing about cutting this up into little bite-sized pieces throughout the month of December and having an aerodynamics themed month is we don't need to spend a lot of time on one particular subject. We could actually just get into the airplane, which I'm really excited by, which I'm really excited for. And then what I'd like to do is actually, well, to be honest with you, I'd like to go in Microsoft Flight Sim at those different and open up those accidents and actually fly in those areas and fly those approaches that, you know, those folks had like trouble with and stuff. Maybe we do like, you know, for the Hawker, you know, we fly the King Air or something like that. I don't know. Like I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. But point is tonight we're looking at angle of attack and how lift is generated. So let's take a look and see what are we talking about with angle of attack. All right. We can't talk about the angle of attack without talking about this shape right here. And this shape, we call this an airfoil. The airfoil, you know, the interesting thing about the airfoil is we see airfoil, of course, you know, we look at this shape and you're like, yeah, it's the wing, right? The cool thing about airfoils is they are all over the airplane. They're all over the airplane. It's not just in the wing. The propeller is an airfoil. Just get my ForeFlight out here. Awesome. Yeah, the propeller is an airfoil. The horizontal stabilizer and vertical stabilizer, you know, those are examples of airfoils. Even if you look at the body of the airplane, the fuselage from the top, it looks like a symmetrical airfoil. So this shape is all over the airplane, other than the wing. And that's really cool. And really what we see other airfoils and other things, not only the propeller, but like in a jet, in a turbojet air engine, we see that the blades of the compressor and turbine segments are those blades are little airfoils. And so it's really interesting. Like there's something about this shape that's just awesome. So why is it awesome? All right. So first of all, what we're gonna do with this shape, and the cool thing too is like everything can be an airfoil, but most things are like really shitty airfoils, you know. But the best type of airfoils are those that have this kind of more broad leading edge. Let me get my cat toy out. This broad leading edge right here, and then widening camber, this curvature right here, and tapering to a pointed trailing edge. So we got this broad, like curved leading edge that we're gonna fly through the air, and then we got the trailing edge back here. You also notice asymmetry in the top. Top's got more curvature than the bottom. Bottom's more flat. Doesn't have to be that way. Like you definitely have symmetrical airfoils, but this is pretty popular. You know, this is pretty much, you know, like what you're gonna see. Now, the straight line between the leading edge and the trailing edge is what we call the chord line. And that chord line can move. Actually, that is if somebody asks you, like, what do control surfaces do? What does an aileron do? What does a rudder do? What does an elevator do? What do flaps do? They definitely redirect the airflow. They definitely cause, pressure differences and all those things we're going to talk about. But in terms of the anatomy of an airfoil, what a control surface does is it manipulates the position of the chord line, right? If the chord line is the straight line between the leading edge and the trailing edge, cat toy, leading edge and trailing edge, if it's that straight line right there, then dropping a trailing edge will cause the line to look like this. And it is possible for some of that chord line to be actually outside of the wing. It doesn't have to be inside the wing. It's a geometric, like, it's a concept, it's an abstract. Okay. So straight line between leading edge and trailing edge, and a control surface allows us to manipulate the position of the chord line. All right. Camber refers to the curvature of a wing, the amount of the upper camber here. We've got, mean camber is a design feature of this airfoil, and what mean camber is all about is it's when you've got somebody designing an airfoil, what they're going to do is they're going to say, okay, based on the curvature above and below this line, where is what's the mean? Like, what's the average, like, through the whole thing? What line, what is the shape or the curvature of the line? What's the path of this line where there is equal distance above and below this line? And mean camber is mainly a design feature. But when we're talking about the curvature of a wing, is very, very important to understand. And the relationship between the amount of curvature of a wing and the speed of the airplane is very, they're intimately and inversely related. In other words, the faster this airplane is designed to go, you don't need a lot of curvature in this wing. You don't need a lot of curvature. What we're going to find later on is the production of lift. We produce lift by deflecting air. That is how we produce lift. So Bernoulli and Newton and all that stuff aside, the more air that we can deflect and, like, fling out over the top, the more lift we produce. Now, that air deflection can come from a few different ways. We can generate that air deflection. Curvature for an upright plane makes a lot of sense to me. I don't quite understand what the appropriate curvature for an airplane that can sustain inverted flight should be, though. That will be more of a symmetrical airfoil. That will be curvature with you're going to have some symmetry. Now, it's true that if you look at the wing of, like, a Citabria, absolutely, like, the top is going to have more curvature, but in general, symmetrical airfoils are the name of the game, when you're talking aerodynamics and neutral stability, and talking about a wing that doesn't know whether it's upside down or not. The engine, on the other hand, is another matter. But yeah, in terms of an airfoil, symmetry is helpful. Thank you for asking crazy aerobatic questions. I try not to speak out of turn about aerobatics because I'm not an aerobatic instructor. I barely have, like, 14 hours or, like, 16 hours of aerobatics, it's a decent amount, especially when you throw up every single flight. That's a lot of time. It's also a lot of water. But I'm not, I try my best, Okay, so if you look at the curvature of, like, an F-16, it's like a razor thin, it's a razor thin wing, because that air deflection is not coming from curvature. It's coming from the fact that the airplane's doing like 600 knots. So that all that flinging of the air is coming from raw speed. Okay, something like a 152 or like a Cub, you look at the curvature of that wing, it's a super thick wing. The reason why is because we need air deflection, but we're not going 1,000,000 miles an hour, right? So that is where curvature comes in. So with that, we're able to start talking about angle of attack. What is the angle of attack? The angle of attack is the line, or is the angle between the chord line and the relative wind. The chord line, we'll remember, is the straight line between the leading edge and the trailing edge. The relative wind, on the other hand, is defined as the so, you know, like when you're driving in your car and you stick your hand out the window and your hand gets blown back, right? It's not because it's windy outside, it's because there's relative wind. It might be windy, it might not be windy. The reality is there's relative wind coming at your hand just by the forward motion of the car. The car is going forward at a certain speed, so you've got air coming back at you, right? It's the air blowing in your hair like on a bicycle or whatever. So it's not, oh, how windy is it, you know? The thing about the relative wind is it opposes the flight path. It's parallel to the flight path and opposes it. So direction of movement instead of I had a realization the other day. I wish people said direction of movement instead of relative wind. Well, here's the thing, is the relative wind is not in the direction of movement. We can say direction of movement instead of flight path, right? The relative wind opposes the flight path. The relative wind opposes the direction of movement, you know? But I get what you're saying. Like, you know, there should be an easier way to... My thing is, like, I don't think of them as separate. I don't think of them... I think they're opposed, but they're not... They're tied together. And it's very important that we understand that, because our flight path is not always horizontal. You know, our flight path is down sometimes it's up, you know. And if angle of attack is what's important... We need to keep track of where this relative wind is coming from. I'm actually going to get my my tablet up here. So if relative wind opposes the flight path, we need to be careful during things like stall recovery, because when we're recovering from a stall, our flight path is not horizontal. It's down, right? It's possible that... Here, watch this. Let me explain something. Let me compare and contrast two cases here, to show you why, you know, really to contextualize what angle of attack actually is. In one case, an airplane is climbing, and in one place, an airplane is descending. Let's look at the airplane that's climbing. For an airplane that's climbing, there's the airfoil. And let's look at the chord line, okay? So the chord line is here. I can do that better, actually. All right, there's a decent chord line. And here is the flight path. Right, the flight path is up, which means that the relative wind is coming at us like this. So that blue arrow, there's the relative wind. Opposing the flight path, that angle right there, that angle right there is the angle of attack. Now that's really interesting, because you might think that because that airplane is pitched up, that the angle of attack is super high, right? This might be 10 degrees above the horizon. This might be 12 degrees above the horizon. It might even be 15 degrees or more above the horizon, right? Who knows? Point is based, it's not about where the wing is with respect to the horizon. It's with respect to the relative wind, right? This airplane is pitched up well above the horizon. This might even be a VX climb, right? The angle of attack is not that high. Okay. Case number 2 in a climb. This is a climb. How about a descent? As with a stall recovery, right? Let's talk about a stall recovery. We know that when we recover from stalls, the angle or the nose pitches down, right? There's that. Let me actually just redo this on a different page. In a descent. And stall recovery. There's the airfoil. Let's get our cord line in there. There's our cord line. Now, what's our flight path look like? It's definitely not horizontal. It's for sure not, up. We're descending, depending on how we actually responded to that stall. We're going down, right? So what does that mean for our relative wind? Well, it's not a mystery, right? Parallels the flight path. There you go. There's our relative wind right there. This angle, on the other hand, is humongous. Let's look at the other one for comparison. Here we are pitched up, and angle is well above the horizon, right? 10, 12 degrees, 15 degrees above the horizon. And the angle of attack is relatively low, right? But we're pitched above the horizon. Look at this, though. This angle of attack is huge, but the nose is pitched down 5 degrees or so below the horizon, right? What is going on here? And what's the significance of what I'm saying? Oh, shit. The significance of what I'm saying is it doesn't matter what the pitch attitude is with respect to the horizon. What matters is the pitch attitude and the angle with respect to the relative wind, right? In this situation, you would think, okay, if my nose is 5 degrees below the horizon, like here's the horizon, right? Oh shit, sorry. If that's the horizon, and your nose is pitched 5 degrees below the horizon, you're thinking, okay, I'm cool, I'm safe from stalling. It's like, no, you're not, because you're pitched up way too much. Here's your nose below the horizon. You're ready to stall. Wait, but I thought I was pitched down. You are pitched down, but your angle. It's not about how are you pitched. It's about the angle of attack and where the relative wind is coming from. You're descending really rapidly. This stall right here, during stall recovery, and exceeding this angle of attack that, well, before I go too far, that's a problem, okay? Now, what we're dancing around this whole time is what's called the critical angle. The critical angle the critical angle is the angle of attack at which an airfoil stalls. Now, what's really important to understand here is, in a practical sense, let's see here, my understanding of stall in a descent, it's just stop pulling so hard and hope that you have enough room to not crash into the ground. Definitely like the idea of not pulling so hard. Yeah, we're talking about a secondary stall. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about a stall in a descent, stall, like restalling the airplane. You didn't close the angle of attack, right? If the critical angle is the angle of attack at which a wing stalls. So all you're trying to do in a stall recovery is close the angle of attack. That's all you're trying to do. That's why when you're in a power on stall, you're pitched up like crazy, right? And then the airplane stalls. You don't need to pitch down below the horizon to recover from a power on stall. I mean, you might, depending on how heavy, depending on the airplane, you might. But I'm just saying, like, in a light airplane, you will recover from the stall. It is possible to recover with the nose above the horizon still. Why? Because you were crazy high first, and you have power in there, right? So the power that you leave in, it's a power on stall. So you leave the power in, you lower the angle of attack, and just reduce the pitch attitude. Just lower the pitch attitude. The wing is flying before you dip below the horizon, and that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to, obviously you're trying to recognize that you needed a lower angle of attack before the stall on departure, right? It's simulating a stall on takeoff. But point is, it's not about being below or above or whatever the horizon. It's about just closing the angle of attack. Okay. And I completely lost my train of thought. Shit. So it's about relative wind. That is how we can stall. That is the critical angle. Let's see here. A couple things about angle of attack as well before we move on to how lift is produced. How is it that oh, you know what? We'll get there actually. Yeah. Okay, couple things about angles as well. The angle of incidence, okay? The angle of incidence is the angle that the wing is mounted to the airplane. And that's really important too, to understand that, like, the wing is twisting actually. The wing twists as you go from the wing root, where the wing is mounted to the airplane, and you go out from the wing root to the wing tip, the wing actually twists. And it twists to a lower angle. It's the highest angle at the wing root. So the angle of incidence is the highest at the wing root. The angle that is made between the chord line and the longitudinal axis of the airplane, that angle is the highest at the wing root. The reason why is because regardless of where if the angle of incidence is the highest at the wing root, then the angle of attack, no matter where the relative wind is coming from, the angle of attack is always going to be the highest at the wing root. Because if the angle is the greatest at the wing root, if the angle that the chord line between the chord line and the longitudinal axis is the greatest at the wing root, then the relative wind is always going to be hitting the wing at the highest angle at the wing root. And that's good for you though. That's really good for you. Why is that good for you? Because the wing root stalls first because the wing root stalls first. Why is it good for you that the wing root stalls first? Because what happens is if the wing root stalls first, you get that indication. You get that indication of a stall. You get that sluggishness, that buffeting, before the actual whole wing stalls. That's the first thing. There are a couple reasons why you want this. The first reason is you get that early warning stall indication of the sluggishness of the wing is kind of like, not doing it's obviously not happy. The other reason why you want the lowest angle down at the wingtip is so that the wing tips, so that as the wing stalls progressively from the wing root out to the wingtip, the rest of the wing, from the inboard portion of the wing all the way out through the flaps and everything, like everything is stalled, but the farthest reaching portion of the wing out where the ailerons are still retain their authority, their control surface effectiveness. They retain what little controllability is there. They retain their controllability because the wing tips have not yet stalled. And if the wingtips have not yet stalled, you still have enough authority to maintain, obviously when we're not trying to, be all crazy with the ailerons when we're going through stall exercises. But the fact is like, as the wing stalls progressively from the wing root to the wingtip, the last thing to go is the far outboard portion of the wing where the ailerons actually are. And that last thing to go is the control surface effectiveness, so you still retain some authority out there. That's really nice. All right, cool. Some important concepts with angle of attack is this idea of center of pressure. All right, and the center of pressure is the point along the chord line where all of the aerodynamic forces are considered to be concentrated. It's kind of like the idea of like a center of gravity, where it's like, obviously everything in the airplane has mass. So, but at the end of the day, when all the dust settles and you go to weigh that airplane, the airplane will balance on a single point, where we could think of, even though the whole airplane has mass and you got to account for it, in terms of where the forces are acting from and where the airplane will rotate around, that center of gravity is the single point where that whole airplane will balance. And we can do analysis based on that point, right? On where the airplane is going to be rotating around, CG limits and stuff like that. We can do useful things with center of gravity. Similarly, we can look at all of the aerodynamic forces occurring at the center of pressure, this theoretical singular point, because then we can identify a single point where all of the aerodynamic forces on average are acting from. And we can do things like look at vectors, things like these arrows. We can say, okay, these vectors originate at a certain point. That point is the center of pressure. Vector analysis is really important. We're going to come back to vectors on the 15th, when we talk about how airplanes turn and where G loading comes from. But a couple of things to note about vectors. So first of all, what is a vector? A vector is a pictorial representation of a force. And we represent forces using arrows in a couple of different ways. First of all, a vector, being a pictorial representation of a force, has two qualities. It's got magnitude and it's got length and direction. Okay? Length and direction. The length of a vector is representative of the magnitude of that force. So the stronger that force is, the longer the length is of that arrow, right? So the more force we produce, the longer this arrow will be. We will represent that with an elongation of the vector. The direction is the direction. Okay. So now the other thing about vectors is that they will have components to them. So like looking at this resultant lift vector, we see that this arrow is kind of tilted back a little bit. Like it's not just straight up and it's not just straight back. It's a combination of up and back, that the horizontal component here and the vertical component here add together to tilt that resultant lift vector back. All right. We can see here that as we tilt this back, that arrow will tilt back as well and cause changes to these components here. So that's going to be crucial that we understand that, to come back to that. Okay, so vectors have components. And why does this matter? This matters because when we're talking about the production of lift, we talk about it in at least two different ways. We talk about it in terms of fluid dynamics and what happens as we move this airfoil through a fluid. How do we disturb that fluid, and how do disturbances or deflection, right, of that fluid cause certain things to happen and certain you know, pressure imbalances, like where does this happen and how does that make the airfoil react? That's one way to talk about lift. Okay, we're going to talk about that. The other way to talk about lift is in terms of vector analysis. Lift and drag and what happens, like we need to, in order to talk about lift from a vector analysis standpoint and what happens as we increase lift and why do we need to, what happens to drag, we can talk about these things in terms of vectors as well and have an understanding of why is it that the drag increases with increasing lift, right? Where did our vertical lift go? Why do we need to increase angle of attack to generate more lift? Why do we need to do that, right? We can have this discussion in terms of vector analysis and the elongation or the shortening or whatever of these vectors. So a couple of different ways of talking about lift that we need to be able to discuss, and we want to arm ourselves with these ideas, right? So we'll talk about the fluid dynamics standpoint after, but yeah, in terms of vector analysis, let's look at that a little bit more closely. Or in terms of, or to quote South Park, let's look at it more closely here. So let's see, actually, center of gravity. Okay, nice. So let's take a step back here. And just recall something here. When we are increasing angle of attack, I want to actually show you something here. Increasing angle of attack, we increase lift. Why? From a vector analysis standpoint, what's going on? And actually, what we do is when we increase lift, we increase drag. What type of drag that is or whatever, we're not there yet. It just, what even is drag? Like, what are you even talking about? Okay, so first of all, and we're going to better define lift. We're going to better define drag and everything as we go along. But this idea, just right out of the gate, lift is the force that we're trying to create by disturbing that air, and by deflecting that air, we're trying to make the wing like lift up, right? And have the wing spontaneously lift up. Now, there are forces associated, like you don't get something from nothing, right? In nature, you don't get something from nothing. So at a cost. So that lifting, that force that we are gifted with, right, that we're creating, it comes at a cost of what we call drag, and that is a pulling back. It's what you think it is, right? It's a resistant force. It's that force that at a cost of lifting, it's also kind of getting held back a little bit. And you've seen it a million times. Like everybody's, had their hands stick out of the car window, and you kind of make this, like, you kind of do this, like out the car window. What happens when you like tilt that angle back and you tilt that hand back? It gets dragged back to the edge of the window, right? And you got to force it through. Or what? You lower that angle of attack and you can go forward more. You already know this, That is the drag that I'm talking about. So it's not really that enigmatic, Now, why is it from a vector analysis standpoint that lift increases with increased angle of attack? Okay. Let's draw one wing or one airfoil first. And then we will compare this to a second airfoil right here. think I can do that a little bit better. Oops. That's pretty good. So in one case, we're looking at white first, and then red will be the increased angle of attack. What's happening? Same relative wind, by the way. There's the chord line for white. And for the white, we've got, in both cases actually, let's keep it constant. We've got relative wind. Let's have the relative wind kind of come up like this here. All right. So the relative wind is coming at us like this. Right? Those lines are parallel. There's the angle of attack right there. Angle of attack 1. All right. So what's happening with this wind is it's hitting the leading edge, and it's collecting down here, just like that. And that's what's going on around the white airfoil. We can see here that the air is collecting pretty hardcore, like underneath, and we can see here that the air is separating pretty readily over the top like that. All right, and then there's a certain amount of lift associated with this angle. There's the center of pressure. There's the vector right there. Actually, let's reduce that. Certain amount of lift. Bottom edge of the airfoil is the high pressure side. That's absolutely correct. You know that it's the high pressure side because these lines in close proximity to each other is a high pressure situation. And the more diffuse they are, the lower the pressure. So there's the lift. Okay. And what you have here is hardly any horizontal component at all, and it's mostly all vertical. Right? Let's actually... It's all vertical. Cool. So you got the vertical lift right there. Now, for the red, let's look at some of the differences here. For the red, we've got chord line right there. So we have definitely an increase in angle of attack. Angle of attack 2, right? Same relative wind. Same relative wind. We're going to have this, let's keep it like kind of the red hue, or like the red, like the warm colors, but I'm going to use orange. Same relative wind, right? All of that wind is parallel. So it's going to be super duper high pressure underneath here. Really, really diffuse air over the top. But let's look at what's going on here with red. Let's go with red again. And same center of pressure. So just try and train your eyes. I know it's kind of looking like it's intense, but look at the white and the blue versus the red and the orange. I'm keeping them together for a reason here. Look at what's going on. In both cases, the lift vector is acting perpendicular to the chord line, to the wing surface. But because of all of this, look at the amount of air deflection going on. We said that the more air deflection that we have, the more lift we produce. Look at the red and the orange. The orange is extremely diffuse compared to the blue. And now look at the components, the vector components of the white. See that little horizontal component right there? But now look. Look at the comparison. Look at the comparison of the, I'll leave the vertical for now. See that horizontal component right there? The red component, the horizontal component for the red. It's much longer. It's much longer than the horizontal component for the white. Once we tilted that angle of attack up, we tilt that angle of attack up. We tilt the resultant lift vector back, actually. And here we have, like we said, hold on, let me go back. See that horizontal component right here? That is drag. That is drag. So if there's ever a situation where the horizontal component of this lift vector is elongating, what can we say? We can say that the magnitude of that force is increasing, that force is getting stronger. So any sort of situation that would result in the elongation of that vector component also has when that component is increasing, the magnitude of that force is also increasing. The horizontal component is drag. So we come here to the horizontal component here. We have the horizontal red versus the horizontal white. Horizontal white is almost nothing compared to the horizontal red. Once that angle of attack has increased, the horizontal component of the red is huge, right? The drag has increased. We have definitely increased the drag. Now, what we're going to find here is as we increase angle of attack, we increase air deflection and we increase the lift as well. So what we see, and we're going to talk about that with Bernoulli and why that's the case, but that resultant vector has also, the length of that resultant vector has also increased. So I know this looks like a lot, but I just want you to understand, like, between red and orange and white and blue was case number one with a lower angle of attack, low drag, not a whole lot of lift. We increase the angle of attack to red. The orange air deflection is very diffuse. More angle of attack means more lift, which means more drag. Why is there more drag? Because we've tilted that arrow back and we've increased the length of that horizontal component. And you can compare alpha 1 versus alpha 2 down there in the bottom for the same relative wind. All right. So from a vector analysis standpoint, we were saying, why is it important to know, why are we talking about vectors? Like, who cares, right? Because even just from a vector analysis standpoint, we can paint the picture as to why is it that drag increases with increasing lift. We don't need vectors. That's one of at least two ways of talking about the production of lift. The other being a fluid dynamic standpoint. But yeah, vectors are very, very important. We're going to come back to vectors with turning. Okay, So let's talk about lift from a fluids standpoint. All right, so what is lift? So first of all, lift is one of the four forces of flight. We're going to talk more in depth about the four forces next Wednesday, but just sticking to angle of attack and lift, lift is one of those four forces of lift, weight, drag, and thrust. And so what we're trying to do is produce lift. We're trying to keep the wing happy, keep the wing flying. We're trying to keep this airflow like smooth as possible around the wing, okay? And it's this upward force that opposes weight and acts perpendicular to the wing. We got at least two ways of talking about lift. And you know what? Traditionally we talk about like, the physicists that give us these laws and like, that did these very important historical like experiments that we now, that formulated like the understanding and the math and everything that we use today to understand lift. It's kind of interesting to think about though, like who were the shoulders that these guys were standing on, These guys were amazing, but it's like you kind of wonder like, were there, Arabs that were studying this for like some time, were there like were there like women that were like kicking ass and doing this, like it kind of makes you think about like, I think about that often, like when you look at astronomy and mathematics and medicine and chemistry. I mean, the Arabs, like they had it going on like when Europeans were like effing around in the medieval times, in the medieval era, trying to figure out their head from their own asshole. Arabs were like kicking ass with algebra. Like, dude, algebra is an Arabic like word, it comes from an Arabic word, apparently. They were kicking ass in astronomy and mathematics, so it's kind of interesting. I mean, we learn about Newton, we learn about Bernoulli, but I kind of wonder, like who else had this figured out. But nonetheless, we learn about the production of lift from the Bernoulli perspective and from the Newton perspective. I just wanted to throw that out there. From a Newton perspective, there's not a whole lot to say. That Newton's third law says that forces come in pairs, and that for every action force, there's a reaction force that is of equal magnitude but opposite in direction. So what does that mean? And what does that mean for the production of lift from a Newton standpoint? Okay. Because there's a lot to say about Bernoulli. But what Newton said was this. Newton kind of looks at air as not so much from a fluid standpoint, but from a individual air particle standpoint. And also, like I said, from an action-reaction force pairs, forces coming in pairs standpoint. We have the airfoil. Oops. We got the chord line. Yeah, little picture versus big picture. Exactly. This is like very much like little picture, This is like the micro, right? The micro. So we've got the relative wind coming at it like this. All right. So what Newton is saying is the air particles are going to hit right here. And when the air particles hit, they're also bouncing off. And deflecting. And the thing about particles deflecting, they're going to hit the surface. They're that high pressure, right? When we're talking about what pressure is, we're talking about collisions of particles. So when these particles collide with the bottom surface of this wing, they push off of the wing, right? But Newton's third law says that actions come in pairs and that the wing actually pushes off of the particles as well. That collectively, like, they're pushing off of each other. And so when that happens, lift, this high pressure is pushing the wing up and lifting it up. Right? And then there we have the equal and opposite situation and the, lift occurring in that way. Okay? So Newton's in from the Newtonian view and from the micro view, we've got the high pressure underneath that as the particles push off of the wing pushes off of the particles, equal magnitude, opposite direction, and collectively the wing lifts up. All right. From a Bernoulli standpoint, though, it's a little bit more involved and more macro, and like from the standpoint of big picture and from the standpoint of fluids. What Bernoulli's principle says is, yes, velocity and pressure are inversely related. Yes, as the fluid speeds up, the pressure goes down. Okay, we know that. We're going to come back to that, but that isn't really what the principle is. What the principle is that equal volumes of a fluid pass through different areas in equal time. Equal amounts of a fluid pass through different areas in equal time. That when you have this area right here, Captain Seppi rating with a party of 11. What's up, people from Captain Seppi? What is up? What is going on? Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. I hope everybody is everybody's week is treating them well and that their goals are being attained. Captain, thank you so much for the raid, and it's fantastic to see you, sir. Fantastic to see you. A drink to you, sir. We are right in the middle of private pilot ground school and sim on Wednesdays, and we're talking about angle of attack and the production of lift. We talked about what angle of attack is and some of the nuances with respect to angle of attack, and we looked at what from a vector analysis standpoint, like where lift we're started to talk about where lift comes from. And now we're kind of talking about the production of lift from a fluid standpoint. And one of the things that we're saying here is Bernoulli's principle, yes, as the velocity of a fluid is increased, the pressure is decreased, but let's pull back from that. That's very robotic, very mechanical, very someone's going to ask you what's Bernoulli's principle and you're going to say that, and what you're not going to say is please don't ask me a single thing more than that because that's all that I know, right? That's not okay, What we can say is this. Equal amounts of a fluid pass through different areas in the same amount of time. We've got two different areas. Let's draw the Venturi here. Oh, you know what? I want the Venturi, right? Bernoulli's principle states that an increase in the speed of a fluid occurs simultaneously with a decrease in static pressure or a decrease in the fluid's potential energy. Yeah, but also, like I say, the principle states that equal amounts of fluid pass through different areas in equal time, because that understanding, even that right there, Captain Seppi, doesn't explain why does a speed increase occur. That doesn't explain that, right? The principle explains why there a speed increase occurs to begin with. That's what the main thing is. If we are to understand that pressure decreases with increasing speed, it's like, okay, well, why did pressure increase? That doesn't help me, right? The principle, a closer inspection of the principle helps us understand why speed actually increases. If equal amounts of a fluid pass through different areas in the same time, the only way that that's possible is if speed increases. Right? The only way that the same amount of fluid is going to pass through area 1 as in area 2 is if the velocity increases. So here we have velocity 1 and pressure. And then velocity and pressure. There we go. We've got a starting velocity and a starting pressure and a ending velocity and an ending pressure. We know that equal amounts of this fluid are going to pass through these. The only way that that's possible is by speed increasing. We know that. So we're going to write that. Speed increases. Pinch the garden hose. But see, pinch the garden hose doesn't help either, right? Pinch the garden hose doesn't help because if you're telling me that speed increasing and pressure decreases, when you pinch the garden hose, and you put your hand out in front, that pressure, you feel that pressure. And it's like speed increased, but you're telling me that pressure decreases. That doesn't feel like that. My hand hurts. That pressure increased. And it's like, no. It's not that pressure that we're talking about. We're talking about the pressure inside of the hose. So then we have to return to the fact of what is pressure? What is pressure? And you can say pressure is a force over the area. No, what pressure is the force of collisions against the side of something, or against the surface of something. It's collisions of the particles of whatever's in there. If it's air inside of a tire, it's the collisions of those air particles in that tire, and collectively it's the energy that those particles are imparting onto the wall of that volume, of that fixed volume system. It's the energy that those particles are imparting to that surface when they collide with it. And collectively, that is a pressure. You measure the pressure. Okay? So the pressure is the ability for those particles to collide with that surface, right? That's what a pressure is. And it's like the more force they have, like the more pressure that's in there and all that stuff, right? So it stands to reason then that if pressure is the force that the collective force that these particles are allowed to have with that surface, then any condition that would make it difficult for those particles to collide, that is a lowering of pressure, right? Where you have a situation where they're not colliding with the surfaces that as much, then you have a decrease in pressure. So let's look at what's going on. As we increase velocity, what happens is there's, like you said, Captain Seppi, there's less static pressure. The particles are they're on the move, man. They're on the move. They don't have time to mess around and collide with the sides of when the velocity increases. They don't have time to mess around and have tea and talk about their day and stuff and exert pressure on the sides of that Venturi tube right there. They're busy. They're on the move. They have no time to mess around, right? So if they don't have time to mess around, if they're on the move and they're not colliding with the sides of the walls as much as they are out here, when the static pressure is actually higher, we can say that pressure has gone down. Pressure has gone down. So we've just picked this apart piece by piece and said that, number one, the velocity is increased. That's what we know. Why do we know that the velocity is increased? Because equal amounts of a fluid pass through different areas in equal time. The only way that that's possible going through a smaller area is if speed increases. Okay? So we know that speed has increased. Now, we looked at pressure separately. We said, what is pressure? Pressure is the collisions. It's the force that the particles exert impart onto the surface when they collide with it. We know that speed has increased. As that speed increases, it's less able to exert pressure on the walls. Okay, great. Velocity increases, although this is somewhat counterintuitive to me because if you put pudding in this, it could have behaved like this. I think the key point is with air is a low density behaves differently. No, this would be the same thing for water. It's fluids. This is assuming that this is like a normal fluid, right? This is true with water. This is true with gasoline. This is true with whatever. Assuming that it's a normally behaving fluid, whether it's air or water or whatever, if it's Gatorade, if it's gas, if it's whatever, anything that's a normal, I wanted to stay away from that language for a minute. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, anything that's a normally behaving fluid, and fluids are liquids or gases, right? So it has nothing really to do, yeah. So, oh shit. So anyway, fluid dynamics thing. Okay, great. So, we know that as speed increases, pressure decreases, right? So looking at the wing then, how a funnel clogs up fits with this though. Let's see. I'm learning, I guess. I don't quite get how a funnel clogs up fits with this though. What ends up happening is you probably have the fluid is too viscous and it just basically bunches up, and the neck of the funnel is too small, and it's not viscous enough. So yeah, viscosity definitely plays a role, and it's like weird and stuff. And I'm not an engineer, so I'm not here to. I don't want to speak too out of turn, but yeah, viscosity absolutely is a factor and all that stuff. So now, so looking at an airfoil. What do we see here? Whoa. You know what? Actually, before we go to this, let's actually go to... All right. Ooh, wicked. Now I'm going to try and find... Fantastic. Okay, guys. So let's take a look at a wind tunnel test and look and see if we can see low pressure with our naked eye. There's our airfoil. Because of the rounded nose, the airfoil has a lower minimum drag than cambered plate. Okay, definitely. So, what do we have here? We already have signs of lift being generated. So, we've got the leading edge, trailing edge. We've got that chord line right there. And we've got the deflection of air going on right now. How do we know that there's air deflection going on? You can see it. We've got air. We've got collected air down here. We've got this opening back here. Anywhere that you see these lines start to separate, the reason for that vacuumous diffuseness, right, for that diffuseness of this air is due to low pressure. You're not going to see that with high pressure. What you're going to see here is air being compressed. It's high pressure, right? You're going to see these things are forced together. So you can already see the diffuseness over the top. The angle of attack increases. Oh, so anticlimactic. Okay. Angle of attack increases, you already see it, right? Barely increasing. You see a couple things. First of all, these lines are starting to bunch up together. The other thing is you're starting to see diffuseness and separation of these lines right here. This is all vacuumous area out here. And in the line itself, you could see the lines start to fan out. Right there is a great example. So here's that high angle of attack. And we see here a lowering of pressure. Why is it that we see a lowering of pressure? What we see here is, remember, pressure is collisions. We see a ton of collisions down here. That's all we see down here. This air is hitting the bottom of the wing. Newtonian, Newton's third law. High pressure, as these particles collide, they push off of the wing, and the wing pushes off of them. A lot of collisions going on down here. As that speed increases over the top and that air gets deflected and flung out over the top surface, they don't have the opportunity to collide with the top of the wing, and that pressure drops actually on the top. Looking at different shapes. Yeah, so you can see that here. The angle of attack is increased above the stall, and flow separates from the upper surface, and the airfoil becomes similar to that about a plate. Yeah, so when we're talking about definitely when we're talking about stalls, yeah, we're talking about increase the angle of attack beyond critical, but practically speaking, we're talking about airflow separation. We're talking about a difference in pressure that's no longer useful. I mean, over here, I mean, that is just absolutely bonkers. Look at this. It's just nothing. It's just like a barn door, you know? It looks like a flap or something. But that's a straight up, like, whole airfoil. I mean, look at this. This is crazy. There's just nothing there. Absolutely nothing of use there. Exactly the same. That's really cool how they put that side by side. I never noticed that. Look at it. It's like, literally, it looks exactly the same. Look at that. So, you know, at a certain point, it's like just as useful lift-wise as this. So, yeah, really, really crucial that we understand that there's this difference in pressure. Oh. Okay. And so what's going on here, and then we'll pretty much call it a day and get in the sim, is we've got relative wind hitting this. All right, let's see here. After quick Googling, I think Bernoulli's principle doesn't apply to water often. The principle is only applicable to isentropic flows when the effects of irreversible processes like turbulence and non-adiabatic processes, ergo heat radiation. So how is that useful to us? Is only applicable for isentropic flows. I mean, without like totally derailing all of this, I mean, and looking more closely into it, I mean, I guess, I don't know. Steam maybe, but I'm pretty sure not water. I mean, I am almost certain water, but I mean, if you want to like Google more, I guess, let me know. But point is, why water fills funnels and air doesn't. I was trying to figure out why water fills funnels and air doesn't. The reason is Bernoulli's is for air only. Absolutely not true. That's absolutely not true. The thing is if you cram enough air into a narrow enough funnel, it will clog up, and you will blast that funnel out, or you will get kicked back. The air will be kicked back. So I think that it just depends on the funnel being open enough relative for the fluid that you're trying to cram through it. I don't think that invalidates it for water. Like, in fact, water like would be one of the textbook ones, I would think. We certainly see yeah, I totally disagree. But like I say, I'm not, an engineer. So I mean, if you want to find out more information and give meaning to what you said before, after doing a quick Google search, I think Bernoulli's principle doesn't apply because of, and then copy paste things that don't, help us. Like, examples are aircraft in flight, ships moving in open bodies of water. Yeah. So it does apply to water. But the thing is, okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure it does apply to water. Point is, what we're trying to do is, no, it's all good, dude. I hear you. It's all good. What we're trying to do is deflect this air. And in doing so, we create this low pressure up top that we already just talked about. Like, why is it low? Very, very low pressure up here. Relatively high pressure down here. And then from a fluid standpoint, what happens is in nature, what happens is systems tend toward low pressure. They tend to go from high to low. Spontaneity, a law of thermodynamics, says that systems tend toward lower energy states, unless, kinetics wise, you have some external thing that's driving it in the, uphill, basically. If you want to put energy in and drive a system uphill, then that's something else. But in general, spontaneity wise, second law of thermodynamics, I believe, systems tend toward lower energy states. And from high to low is what's going on, whether that's chemically, and that's why natural processes like combustion occur. The wing tends to go from high to low because, high pressure wants to seek out low pressure in vacuumous areas. And basically what's going on is like systems want to tend toward equilibrium. That's really what's going on. So as this high pressure wants to seek low pressure, we've got this wing, boom, going into low like that, right? It's going up like that. So, that's a lot of good information, man. I mean, we've talked about angle of attack. We've defined angle of attack. We looked at a couple scenarios of where, why it is not relative to the pitch attitude relative to the horizon. It's relative to the relative wind. We've looked at the theory of lift from the standpoint of a few different standpoints. From a vector analysis standpoint, we've looked at it from a Newtonian standpoint and, Newton's third law. We've looked at it from Bernoulli's principle and looked at, like, what is going on? Why is it that a fluid going through two different areas, why necessarily that velocity increases? We looked at what pressure even is. Why is it that with an increase in speed, pressure decreases? And then from there, once we understand pressure is decreasing as a result of that airflow increasing, we have another theory of lift where high will seek low, and this wing will be lifted up. All right. In cell biology, there's a similar principle with active and passive simple diffusion transport across cell membranes. Fantastic. Yeah, high to low. That's exact. Thank you very, dude. That's so true, dude. That's like how muscles and stuff even work, right? Use unless energy is added to fight the gradient. Yeah, and like kinetics. That's what's so interesting about kinetics is like you can drive something. I mean, that's how batteries work. You know what I mean? If you're gonna go recharge a battery, you need to drive it in the other direction, and then boom, when you go to use it, like it flows, in one direction spontaneously, but you got to put that back in. Like if you want to recharge it. But that's so true. Starflies is talking about how our muscles move and like how sodium and potassium pumps crucial to action potentials. Absolutely, dude. This is like wow that you like, dude. Totally. So that's what happens with like muscles twitching and muscles being weird when you're like electrolyte deficient. She's talking about sodium and potassium being critical electrolytes, magnesium as well, and that kind of thing, and calcium. But it's really about that potassium and sodium, those electrolytes. If you're deficient in those electrolytes and that the concentration of these ions are out of balance, it's going to affect the ability of natural flows of these. It's going this imbalance in concentration of what it should be versus what it is will affect the kinetics and the actual the drive in one direction or the other. In that reaction or that natural process of electrolytes going across the cell membrane, causing electrical impulses to travel down nerves. That imbalance of concentration will not be enough to drive it as much as it needs to naturally be driven. How does that relate to lift and what we're talking about? Well, all we're saying is that processes in nature, they typically tend to go from high to low, whether it's high to low in the theory of lift and this wing is going to lift up, or you're looking at weather and you're looking at a surface analysis chart and you're thinking why these low pressure systems, like why is it such bad weather and why is it that it's windy around these low pressure areas? Because the low pressure, all of the surrounding high pressure tends to fill that space spontaneously, right? She's talking about basically inside the cell, there should be a relatively low pressure or a low pressure, a lower concentration of these ions, of these electrolytes than outside the cell. And if that's the case, then there's a driving force to have those electrolytes flow in across pumps, which are proteins, I believe, special proteins that allow those to go channels or something to like go through or something. But, because high to low, right? You're going to go high to low. Or if the concentration is reversed, then, the systems always tend toward equilibrium, okay? And that's why where we can create a pressure imbalance over the wing and under the wing, we create that pressure imbalance, we're going to make that wing move for sure. All right. And that's really what it's all about. Yeah, we're totally getting in the weeds. Fuck, dude. Sorry, dude. Although that, what was funny was like at school, I studied something that allowed me some, time to also audit other classes. And, one of the classes that I audited was molecular cell, it was a molec cell class. I want to say it was a neuro class. And that was one of the ones that like blew my mind. Cause here I am, like I'm a spinal cord injury survivor, right? And so I'm thinking, okay, like what does that mean? And of course I'm not going to find that out. Like I'm not a molec cell student, like, but I sat in on this upper div neuro class. And they're talking about all kinds of crazy shit, like the action potentials and the pumps, like the sodium and potassium pumps and shit like that you're saying, and how to measure it and what can happen if concentrations are imbalanced, all kinds of shit. And I'm like, wow, this is really nuts. So that was one of that you're talking about. One of those classes I audited. It was really nuts. And I'm like, y'all are like crazy. Because I have like no um oh, what? Oh, dude, starflies, really? Oh my god, that is so badass. Well then yeah, then you're one of the people that I would be talking to saying that y'all are crazy then. Um no, but I respect that, dude. I respect that. Um, I think my previous comment was missed, but the point I learned was that Bernoulli's principle breaks down if you have too long and or narrow of a pipe, ergo a blocked funnel. Well, yeah, I mean, if you have a throat that's blocked off and you have an area of zero, then yeah, you know what I mean? But the other thing too is if you have too long of a pipe, now we're not talking about a venturi, we're talking about a smaller pipe. And now we're talking about the compressibility of a fluid. Now we're talking about due to the density and the viscosity and all these properties of a fluid, how it can, based on the slip, I think, or whatever, like molecularly speaking, like is there the actual ability for that amount of fluid to exist in that small of a space? Yeah, but that's not Bernoulli breaking down. That's just incompressibility, the fact that liquids are incompressible. That is, that doesn't mean that Bernoulli's doesn't apply to water. So yeah, and what we're certainly doing is we're not looking at the exception to define the rule, right? We're looking at the rule itself. So anyway, you guys, dude, that's angle of attack. That is the theory of lift. We had a really great talk about that. Dude, let's get in the airplane, dude. And I don't even know like what we should do. Um Yeah, but that's not, we're not talking about any of that though, right? That's a small portion of what the larger, the in general it does apply though. We're not talking about like, yeah, anyway. All right, so what are we up to, man? We let's do, I kind of want, dude, well, it's not IFR Tuesdays. I'd want to do those approaches, man. Let's do a community flight, dude. Let's do a community flight. I'm gonna set up here. I'm gonna take like a quick 5, and uh set up actually. Nice. Dude, I say that we actually go into X-plane. X-plane's got really nice dynamics, like flight dynamics. And I say we look at a angle of attack and we go like stall the airplane. And we like secondary stall that airplane and we kind of see um and we see that um the airplane can stall very readily even though the nose is pointed down. All right, and I'll be right back, guys. You guys are awesome, though. I really appreciate you guys hanging out, looking up stuff. You guys are great. And yeah, I'll be right back. let's see here. Oh, what did I miss? Foxtrot. Rating with a party of 6. Whoa. No way. Let's see here. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Starflies. I already have Rand failures. I'm not too impressed with it since it doesn't allow integration with chatbot. That's the guy. Cool. All right, cool. Yeah, no, it's all good. You guys are awesome. What I can tell you is that you guys are great. You guys are great. So please don't read it all out loud. All right. All good, man. Quick poll, dude. Quick poll that I want to know. While I set up my yoke. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, new poll. Okay, cool. Question is, what kind no, what's a better way to ask this question? Zombie apocalypse. What kind of sweets, dude? We've got sour. We've got chocolate. What else? We've got what else? We've got I hate sweets, I guess. And I'm gonna say, what else? If you had to choose, not listed. All right, cool. I'm gonna do 2 minutes, and let's start this bad boy, dude. So the question is in a zombie I got a bag of treats right here, like, dude, that I'm gonna snack on while we do these stalls and stuff. I'm gonna refill my beer. But I also want to know if it's a zombie apocalypse, dude, and you had to kind of like, you know, and you had to choose like a sweets to live off of, like you're in the shelter, dude, for like quite some time, like while this whole zombie apocalypse thing like gets figured out. What kind of sweets are you snacking on? Hopefully not too much, because, and if you are, hopefully you're doing like laps around the, you know, the shelter and stuff, and like, you know, burning those calories that you're eating. So that basically no implications, right? I'm not here saying like, well, I would, but if I was in a zombie apocalypse, I'd be disciplined, and that because I don't want to gain too much. I'm saying zero implications, right? Zombie apocalypse. What are you living off of? Okay, and go. All right. I think what we'll do is we'll go in X-Plane, and we will do some stall. We'll do some stalls, stall recognition and recovery. We'll go through the process of actually recovering from the stalls, but we'll do power on and power off stalls. And one of the things that I wanted to go through is, you know, for the power on stalls, to recover without needing to go like below the horizon. You know, it's not about pitching down like diving. It's not about diving. You know, I wanted to drive that point home, that it's not about diving. It's about reducing your angle, or you know, reducing your angle of attack. Welcome, people, by the way, from Floxtrot, raiding with a party of 6. Welcome, welcome. We just finished our ground session on angle of attack aerodynamics. Yeah, that's one of the main things, Zach, that like is motivating me to like have this this ground is like, hey, dude, I'd really appreciate it if you did not do that. I hate negative G's, dude. Oh my god, negative G is so brutal. And the thing is, man, is it's just not necessary, you know? It's just not necessary to just dive, you know, and like the sooner you can dive, like, you know, no. So all we need to do is reduce angle of attack. All right, and how are we doing here? So I'm just going to get rid of that. Sweet. We'll go X-plane. Oh, did you throw up, really? Beardsley, on your first lesson? Oh, that sucks, dude. Why would you do that as an instructor? Negative G's on a first lesson, man. Dude, we only... Okay, so 50-50 sour and chocolate? What is going on? Who didn't vote, dude? We got 2 minutes, man. Come on, y'all. Alright. We're gonna go... Clear. And we will go with the 172. And we will do it out of Long Beach. All right. Out of signature. Oh, I see. So you asked for it, dude. So then there you go. But now you know. Yeah, that I still the instructor, man, on a first one, man, negative G's and trainers scare me though on accident. Wouldn't want to do it on purpose. Yeah, like it's just, and you know the other thing too is negative G's in terms of limit load factor. Like, dude, they can take a lot less negatives. You know, it's a lot less negative than positive for, you know, for a given for like the normal category. So, what is it? Minus 1.1 for a normal category. All right. So let's go ahead and get started up here. So, all right, we got that. Very nice. Yeah, there's definitely that too, Zach. For aerobatic airplanes, they have special header tanks that are like always full. That it's an intermediary like pressure tank that's feeding fuel in there. So that's how sustained inverted flight is possible, because you have a header tank that is feeding the fuel in, regardless of up or, you know, inverted or upright. But once that header tank, you know, runs out of fuel, then yeah, it's gonna quit. So you have like a limited to 2 minutes or whatever it is. And you have special oil systems that sump at the top, you know, for inverted flight. But yeah, so yeah, there are definitely things that you want to take care of before. Okay. Got these Sour Patch babies right here, dude. Sour Patch watermelons, man. It's the way to go. Sour Patch watermelons, dude. What do people in the chat give Sour Patch watermelons? Like a 8 out of 10, 2 out of 10. All right. Sour straws, man. Dude. You know what? Okay. Sour straws. You used to be able at Costco to get sour licorice, like legit sour licorice, dude. I understand at Costco you can get sour licorice and they're in the tubs or whatever. But dude, no. I'm talking about a tub of like sour licorice that were like of regular licorice length, like actual licorice length, dude, that were solid, or I'm sorry, that were sour. And I know about that because there was a principal at one of my schools that had candy in his drawer. And if we were good, you know, boom, like, you got some candy, dude. And I freaking snuck peek, dude. I'm like, oh my god, this guy has like a legit stash. How can I pretend to be good and really sneak in here and like rob this dude of all his sour straw candy, dude? Anyway, point is I was a good person, and I am a good person. But the other thing is, like, you can't get that tub of legit sour licorice anymore, dude. The sour licorice now, sour straws, like licorice things, they're all like smaller, they're like prepackaged and everything. I think they realized, they're like, look, dude, our margin is way too thin producing them like this. And but I do remember distinctly the time when sour licorice was like legit, dude. All right, cool. So we got the mixture in. All the switches are off. We got beacon is on. And my opinion on warheads, I like them. If I had to choose, right? If I had to choose, I would say thumbs up. I would say thumbs up. You know, I like that. Dude, I'm thinking about it and I'm watering up right now. I think they taste good, dude. Like, after they're done being dumb, when they're done, you know, pitching a fit, dude, in my mouth, they're pretty damn good, dude. But I can taste them right now, so that's really weird. Why does that happen? All right, so we got we're actually going to do this. And right there. All right, clear left, center, right, and behind. Nice. All right, cool. And then lean that guy out. Back to 1,000. Temperature and pressure are stable. Vacuum's good. Electrical's good. Taxi, avionics, and flaps are up. And we'll get the weather here. All right. And we need this. Excellent. Within 75 feet of the field elevation. Yeah, but, oh, you know what? Katie, Reese's Pieces. You know, those are really starting to grow on me, dude. Now, I don't think I've ever asked you, what's your opinion on Reese's, like, Puffs? Or, like, isn't there, like, a Reese's Pieces candy? Or, I'm sorry, candy. Cereal. Like, what's your view on that? I know you're not really like a cereal person anyway in general, but all right, so we got our taxi clearance. Taxi to the run up via Foxtrot. We're over here at Long Beach on the south side if you guys want to follow along. Tonight's really not about procedure as it is about, you know, just exploring angle of attack, stall recognition and recovery. Maybe looking at angle of attack in slow flight. You can do that. You know, angle of attack, like differences in cruise flight versus in slow flight. Oh my god, what the F? Dude, these guys are so audacious, man. Alright, cool. Alright, so cigars checklist, right? C is for controls. We look at our controls left and right and in the tail. Flight controls are free and correct. I for instruments. 0, straight and level within 75 feet of the field elevation. 0, heading indicator. Let's set that to compass. And we're there. Okay, cool. And we'll leave the VORs for now. We are 1200 on altitude mode. Whoa. Cool. And then CIG is for gas. So we've got fuel. Let's actually put some more fuel in there. Cool. And mixture full rich, and we'll toes down 1700. All right, we got 100 drop. Test our mags here. We got another 100 drop. Temperature, pressure are stable, vacuum is good, electrical, let's load it with the pitot heat and the flaps. And that ammeter looks good, so we'll go pitot heat off with the carb heat. Oh, actually no carb heat, habits, sorry. All right, cool, sounds good. Departure briefing, we'll be departing runway 26 left. We've got, I should have an airport diagram out in front of me, but we got like 3,400 feet of available runway or something. We'll be, Furman, what's your chord line question? What's going on? I'll do my best. You know what, this whole conversation, by the way, that we just had about, you know, fluids and stuff, I'm like, man, you know what? Like, I should go back to school, dude. I should go back to school. Like, I should really make it a mission. Like, I really wanted to study engineering, dude. And I really want to go back and do that. And I've always wanted to. My girlfriend is so awesome, dude. She's going back and doing a master's program. And I think it's the shit. Like, she's fucking awesome, dude. And so she's just taking the bull by the fucking horns and empowering herself and doing a master's. That is so inspiring to me to, like, go back and, like, you know, just brush up. At least go to, like, the community college, like, next semester and brush up on my calculus or something, dude. And in this conversation, I'm like, I should know. Like, I should know, like, more about this, and I should have a better answer, and should be readily, like, you know, able to continue, like, you know, diving deeper and deeper into, like, answering, like, Beardsley, like, your phenomenal questions, you know? So it just makes me want to, like, go back and, like, learn more, you know? Oh, you said Furman. So how do they find the point on the leading edge? That's another good question. I don't know. You know? I mean, I'm sure that modern methods of designing airfoils with computers have some, you know, computational method. But yeah, like, I actually don't know. So, yeah, it's a great question. starflies, legit meteorology classes, man, that would be awesome. That would be so cool, dude, to actually like get a handle on just a better understanding of how to really legit know and predict based on what we know how to read those reports. We know how to read reports and forecasts. We know how processes happen. We know like what some of the important signs are. Most importantly, we know how to teach students how to be safe and how to be conservative, how to be cautious. We know how to teach students how to put information together and to make the best go no go decision based on maybe even conflicting information, but really to understand cause and effect and really like, I don't know, like a meteorology class would be awesome. Like, dude, imagine being the guy that like gets a PhD in like clouds, dude. Those guys are super hardcore with the amount of calc and stuff you need for doing the modeling. Yeah, and honestly, like, I made it through Calc 1 and 2. I never did Calc 3, and like I never really pushed forward. I mean, I transferred and the program that I was actually got accepted for like is not science based. So I was just taking calculus and science classes, astronomy and chemistry, like because they're super fun and stuff, but I transferred before Calc 3. But it seems really cool. Yeah, you liked it. You liked multi? Yeah. I took one last year before I started flight training, and I wish I paid more attention now. Zach, you took one what? What'd you take? Starflights, what'd you like about Calc 3, by the way? The Calc 2 is actually pretty cool. The idea of like infinite series, and what this concept of infinity, mathematical like infinity and stuff, and just where our nothing like really crazy, just like where our systems or functions tending toward. It's not really like an answer based. It's like where's the limit? Where is it as it goes toward infinity? Like what is the behavior? I was like, that's a pretty cool like aspect of that class. Oh, meteorology class, very nice, very nice. Ooh, you know what? Refill. All right. Okay. So we're departing 26 left. 3,400 feet or so available runway. We'll be lifting off at 65. Oh, it's a left crosswind departure. Lift off at 65, VY of 75. En route climb, we'll say 80. And it's a left crosswind departure. We'll get out there to 3,000 feet and practice some stalls. In an emergency, engine failure before we leave the ground, we'll brake, power to idle, brake and taxi off. If the engine fails before we leave the ground, or after we leave the ground with enough available runway, we'll pull the power to idle, establish best glides, set the airplane down, brake and taxi off. If there's not enough available runway, we'll land probably straight ahead on Spring Street, which is this main road that's next to the tower. And then minimum of 800 feet, we'll actually turn the airplane around. We'll pull the power to idle, establish best glide, turn the airplane around. He said, so I did some Googling. It's actually called the stagnation point, referenced as the center of pressure. Excuse me, the pressure coefficient, and can be calculated using static pressure and dynamic pressure. Very cool, dude. That's very cool. I figured it was probably some ridiculous, like, technical thing that they got there for knowing where the point is. All right, we call up ground and we say ground, Cessna 172 Sierra Papa, Run a complete, taxi 26 left. Taxi 26 left, 65, 172 Sierra Papa. We're gonna hold short of the runway and then do our lights, camera, action. Pull off here in an angle so we can see final right there. And lights, let's go nav, strobe, and flaps. Good. Fuel 1200. Awesome, awesome. All right, cool. So we'll get out of here. And Long Beach Tower, Cessna 172 Sierra Papa, holding short 26 left, left crosswind departure. Clear for takeoff 26 left, 172 Sierra Papa. And we are clear final out there. Nice. Lights, camera, and action. Sounds good. All right, we get ourselves lined up here. And boom, there it is. Toes down. 2000 RPM. Check out our oil temperature, pressure, vacuum is good. Toes off, full power. Going down the runway, we look at the systems are green on the roll. Airspeed's alive. Cool. Systems look pretty good on the climb. Let's get that VY pitch attitude. Just holding 75. All right. Climb checklist. We're just going to go a mental checklist item flow from left. We're going to go from the door to the floor. So we're going to go temperature, pressure, vacuum, electrical, heading indicator is consistent with the compass. We're producing power. Lights. Oh, landing light. Power mix, flaps, trim, and fuel selector. Climb check is complete. Cruise to go. We're 1006 for 3000. First thing we're going to do, we're going to get up to 3,000 feet. We're going to look at angle of attack in cruise flight versus in slow flight. Cruise flight, like a fast, cruise speed, and the angle of attack will be relative to the horizon because we're going to be maintaining our altitude the whole time. So our flight path is forward. Our flight path will not change. What will change will be our angle of attack. So as a visual reference, it's true that angle of attack is irrespective of the horizon. if the flight path is the same in either case, though, you know, it is nice to have the horizon as a visual reference, though. And we teach the horizon, utilizing the horizon as a visual reference, so we will be using that. And the reason why it works is because the flight path is constant. It's horizontal, so. Then we'll get into power on and power off stalls. All right, cool. We are 200 away. We're 2008 for 3. Just kind of powering back. Oh, you know what? I don't think I have trim set up for this. Let's see. Do I? I know the trim wheel works, but I thought I had like a fine-tuning one as well. You know what? I think I do. I think I need to go to this. The up is we need pitch trim down. We need nose down. Pitch trim up. And should work. Let's see here. Yeah, nice. Dude, you know what, Zach? I actually like it. I like it a lot. I think I was having difficulty before with Microsoft Flight Sim cooperating. I think that's different than the yoke, you know, being like difficult and stuff. I actually kind of like it. Now, the real test will be the F-18, you know what I mean? And actually getting into DCS. So, remains to kind of be seen in that regard, but so far so good, actually, man. Yeah, thanks for asking. I am looking forward to like upgrading it though, like to that that Turtle Beach one. Should be awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna see if I can actually make the visibility a little bit better. Okay, so I have a relatively high power setting in right now, and dude, toss a donation. That's what I'm saying, man. Absolutely. I want to get at 3,000 feet. I totally agree with you, man. Totally agree. And I want to show you guys angle of attack from the outside once I can get this plane trimmed. Very nice, very nice. So here we are, relatively high power setting, and I'm gonna pause it. If I'm able to view it from the outside, right? Okay. So here we are in relatively. There's our angle of attack. So again, relative to the horizon, only because we need some visual reference for us to understand like what is going on with angle of attack. And at this relatively high power setting, we're nose low. We're definitely nose low. Like if you look at your the default view, we've got this in level cruise flight. We're about 1 degree below the horizon, but we've got this 2-inch gap or so, like 1.5 inch gap between the horizon here and the top of the instrument panel. We call this the cruise pitch attitude sight picture, where at normal cruise flight, we're at a relatively high power setting. In cruise flight, we've got this cruise pitch attitude, this gap here, okay, at normal cruise power settings. As we slow down to slow flight, what I'm going to do is maintain 3,000 feet. And as we slow down, we didn't talk about tail down. We just really talked about angle of attack. But our tail is, let's see here. The tail is less able to push down. What normally happens is, as the airplane's flying, this tail is pushing down with the force that balances. The center of gravity is right in here, so the tail is actually pushing down. Now, as we reduce our power setting, right, as we reduce power, what we end up doing is by reducing power, we also reduce thrust, and we reduce the speed of the air flowing over that airfoil in the back. And so anytime that you're reducing airflow over a control surface, the control surface effectiveness also decreases. So by reducing power, the tail is less able to push down, and what ends up happening is that nose wants to go down, right? But we're not going to let it. The way that we're going to not let it is we're going to increase the angle of attack on the tail, lifting that elevator up and helping that tail downforce to keep pushing down so that we don't descend. Consequently, what's going to happen is that tail pushes down more and more, that we're going to be pitching up more and more, and this angle of attack on the wing will also increase, right? The angle of attack on this wing will also increase. Now you can really see that angle of incidence, actually, if you really look at it. Like, here's this wing is this chord line right here is one angle, and this is actually pretty substantially higher. But in any event, yeah, they even got like the dihedral and everything. It's pretty nice. So that's what we're gonna see. What we're gonna see is as we slow down, we're gonna need more and more back pressure for that tail to keep pushing down and not allow that nose to drop. And consequently, the angle of attack on this wing on this airfoil, on this wing will also increase. Inside the airplane, what we're gonna see is this gap will close. For us, as we slow down and we maintain our altitude, the only way to maintain altitude is if this crazy condor in the house, what's going on? The only way for us to maintain our altitude as we decrease speed is for this gap to close. So that's what we're going to do, is we're going to stay inside the cockpit right now. We're going to reduce our power, and we're just going to keep our eyes outside. And as the altitude starts coming down, we're going to start just gradually closing this gap more and more. That airspeed indicator is going to get in the white arc. We'll add flaps. We'll hold it here about 55 knots. So here's our power. Already, see that VSI coming down? The nose wants to come down. We're not going to let it. Power decrease. Dude, Zach, thank you for the donation, man. You are awesome. You are awesome. Epic. All right, there's that wide arc. Flaps 1. Keep it coming. Flaps 2. I'm actually going to go partial flap this time. And there's 55. I'm going to add some power to sustain 55. Don't let the airplane descend. I'm just going to hold it here at 55 knots and 3,000 feet. We are in level cruise flight, but look at this difference in gap, in angle of attack. The angle of attack has really increased. And I'm just going to pause it here. There we go. Look at what's going on. We're holding here 55 knots. We're at 3,000 feet level. And look at the gap now. Instead of an inch and a half or an inch and 3/4 gap, it's like no gap. This is essentially, when we're talking about normal like takeoff power, or like cruise power, like normal high power settings, this is a cruise climb site picture, right? This is a cruise climb site picture. Anytime you've got like the horizon at normal power settings, this would normally be a gradual climb, but here we are not in a climb. Let's go outside so we can see that the angle of attack has clearly changed. And also, remember the attitude indicator in the normal cruise power setting at normal cruise speeds, we were like a degree below the horizon, but now look at us. We're at 5 degrees of pitch relative to the horizon. In level flight, we can use the horizon actually as a reference, because our flight path is exactly the same as it was when we were in back there at normal cruise. So over here we're like 4, almost 5 degrees of pitch up. Let's go outside. Oops. Now look at that. Look at the nose. Remember the nose was actually like pitched down a little bit this way? This angle of attack is crazy high. The interesting thing here is the angle of attack on the inboard portion of the wing. Here we have notice the slotted flap right there. Pretty nice, nicely modeled with the tracks and everything. That's pretty awesome. Remember, the angle of attack is the angle between the chord line and the relative wind. The chord line being the straight line from the leading edge to the trailing edge right there. There's a chord line that even partially comes out of the wing itself, right? So the chord line was here, and now the chord line is here. And again, that relative wind is unchanged. It's unchanged. We're still... The relative wind opposes the flight path, and the flight path is horizontal because we are in level flight. We're in level flight. So that angle of attack is very, very high in the middle, or on the inboard portion of the wing. And you can see here, like on all parts of the wing, relative to the horizon, like this is like extremely high. This plane is definitely pitched up here. Let's get ourselves into some power on stalls. First thing to do in this power on stall is to clean up the airplane. And what I mean by that is get rid of these flaps. We have safe altitude and safe speed, positive rate. So I'm just going to hang out here at 3,000 feet, 80 knots, and then I'm going to start walking that power back to takeoff power setting, or to takeoff speed. So I'm over here. I'm just going to take it down to 60 knot, or 65 knots, or like 60 knots or so. And then at 65 knots, what I'm going to do is increase power to like 75% or so, like not quite full takeoff power, but just enough to kind of get the job done. And what I'm going to do is pitch up slowly, because let me pause this here. With a constant power setting, your pitch affects the rate of decay of your airspeed. For a given power setting, your pitch controls airspeed. So if I'm at a power setting, I'm probably going to do like maybe 2,300 RPM or 2,200 RPM or something. I don't need to pitch up right away. All I need to do is pitch up to a degree where the rate of decay of my airspeed is nice and slow and controlled, and continue to pitch up all the way to stall. We're going to hear the stall horn, and all I'm going to do is reduce my angle of attack. Sorry, guys. Cool. All right, so let's do that. So we've reduced our speed, or we're reducing our speed by reducing power, maintaining our altitude very, very gradually. Especially as an amputee like pilot, dude, you can't be doing this kind of stuff super, super quickly. There's 60, 65. Let's go ahead and increase power. And I'm just going to keep that angle of attack high. Damn it. Just making sure that we're on top of the left turning tendencies. All right, here we go. All right, and here comes the stall. There's the stall. The airplane is flying, and look at this pitch attitude. It's a VY pitch attitude. See that? We recovered from the stall. We stalled the airplane. We heard the stall horn. The nose pitched down. We didn't dive, right? How is that possible? How is it possible that... Let's do it again. Right, look, it's still possible. Like, yeah, we were negative in the VSI for a second, but dude, we were 0, and then, you know, we're climbing out, right? There's no need to stall it and then just automatically dip down. So let's go back down to 3,000 and look at some power off stalls. This is a stall that will simulate a stall that can occur on landing. So we're going to be in the landing configuration. And what we're going to do is we're going to really be good about the way that we simulate this stall on landing. I'm going to start at 3,500 feet. I'm going to figure out this trim here. And hold on, guys. Sorry. One second. All right. Okay, so we start at 3,500, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna set the field elevation to 3,000 feet. So what we're setting ourselves up for is a base to final situation. If we're at 500 feet, right, base to final occurs typically 500 to 600 feet above the ground. So what I want to do is descend gradually. You know, what I'm going to do is hang out here at 3,500 feet. I'm going to descend gradually to about 3,200 feet, and like I'm coming up to the runway, and I want to stall a couple hundred feet above the ground so that I can, if the ground is 3,000 feet, I want to make sure that I can recover below or you know, above 3,000 feet, right? So let's go and walk through a power off stall. Hopefully this works well. I don't know how it's going to work in the sim. That's what I do in real life, but Hopefully it works well dynamically in the sim. We're going to configure for landing, so we're in the wide arc, flaps 1. And we'll just start this descent here. Flaps 2. And we'll go ahead and do it on heading. We'll do it on like a 270, I guess. And then at 3,200 feet, we'll round it out with power idle. We'll continue here, 5,500 feet, or 55 knots. My bad, 5,500 feet, what? So keep track of our angle of attack, right? The whole aspect about this angle of attack is that our flight path is now coming down. There's power idle. All right, so we didn't die. We definitely didn't die. That's awesome. So positive rate of climb, safe altitude, safe speed, flaps up. Now what I want to do, now that I have kind of the stall characteristics somewhat understood, it's not exactly, they actually did a pretty kick-ass job compared to in real life. What I'm going to do now is stall the airplane and let the nose come down, and then I'm going to rip back on the controls. And we're going to stall this airplane. Even though the nose is pitched down below the horizon, we're going to do exactly what we did in the lecture. We're going to, I showed you with the power on stall how the nose can be above the horizon and still recover from a stall because the angle of attack was closed. Here we're going to stall it again. The nose is going to be below the horizon, but I'm going to yank back on it in the stall recovery and the power off stall condition, and it's going to secondary stall, even though the nose is below the horizon. All right, so power reduce. We're over here. Let's just call it 3004. That's fine. Wide arc, flaps 1. Flaps 2. I like to do it partial. Let's descend. Here comes 32 with power idle. All right, and here comes the stall. We're below the horizon. Boom, and stall, right? So you saw that, like the wing tended to dip down below that the left wing dipped down there on that secondary stall. But the main thing is that we stalled with the nose below the horizon. So it's not about the horizon, right? It's about angle of attack. Pretty nice. So we looked at angle of attack from a slow flight standpoint. Slow flight versus cruise. We looked outside of the airplane. We looked inside the airplane from like a sight picture standpoint. You know, when you're first learning how to fly, the first lessons for actually basically the whole private pilot, if you really look at it, is it's all about sight picture, looking outside, understanding what's going on with what the horizon is doing. And then we looked at angle of attack from the standpoint, from like a stall recognition and recovery standpoint. Power on, understanding that we can actually recover from a stall and get the wing flying again. and keep the nose does not necessarily, and it's fine if it goes below because you're just going to pick up speed really quickly anyways. I'm not saying avoid the nose going below the horizon, but really what you want to do, if you're power on stall, you're stalling the airplane in a takeoff configuration. You're taking off. The last thing you want to be doing is descending and diving. You know, if you're able to recover from that stall and not descend in that power on configuration, that is what you should be doing, you know. And so yeah, we're able to recover from a power on stall without the nose really dipping down. It's not about the horizon. We also saw that in the power off condition with the nose below the horizon, we're still stalled, right? We yanked back on it, and what we did when we're descending, our flight path is down, the relative wind is coming from beneath. And when you rip back on the controls, you open up that angle of attack really, really wide to critical. All right? So angle of attack. Let's work on some landings. 5As. We got the 5As to help us get into our airport. Ayo, Ordinary, what's going on? We have the ATIS for Long Beach. The altimeter setting is what we need. Approach brief. We're going to be landing runway 26 left. Avionics tower would be set, and aircraft configuration, our descent checklist. Temperature, pressure, vacuum, electrical, lights, power and mix. Rich below 3, flaps, trim, and fuel selector, and we're good to go. Ordinary, how you doing, man? It's been a while. Dude, Thanksgiving was great, man. Very non-traditional. Went to Universal Studios with the girlfriend, and we just like went to Harry Potter like land and just like messed around for like forever. I mean, we rode some rides and went on the tram and everything, but dude, we got a couple of wands. Dude, check this bad boy out. Look at this. Yeah, dude. Pretty awesome, man. And so what we did was messed around like a couple of kids, dude, with our wands. I got mine and she got hers, and like what they have at Universal is like they have these things you could stand in like an area and you know, wave the wand around, and like the infrared like whatever stuff is going on. There's like a sensor or something like that, and it'll like you wave it around in certain patterns, and like you know, whatever things in the window like kind of go off, or like they, you know, move around and stuff. It's pretty awesome, dude. And yeah, it was great, dude. Just like, yeah, just private time, man. You know, very, very non-traditional. My mom's out of town, and yeah, let's look at this here. Sight picture wise, there's the sight picture wise, there's our runway right there. Yeah, how was it? Thank you for asking, by the way. How was your Thanksgiving? We got that the runway going through the center of the strut, right? That's that sight picture that we're looking for. We're actually not going to start descending until we're passing over runway 30. 1,100 feet is the TPA. Yeah, it was pretty good, man. I'm glad to hear that, though, man. I'm really glad to hear that. It's always really good. I have a very small family, and so they're kind of like spread out and everything, and people kind of like do, you know, I mean, like really spread out. Like one uncle's in Alabama, one's in Alaska, and don't have like my grandparents. Like we don't. Yeah, like I have a very very small family, so yeah, this year a lot of us were just like doing our own thing actually. All right, and there's that. We have flaps 1, pitch for 80. We're looking for 950 as a target. 75 in the turn. Flaps 2. And we're looking for 70 and 700. Pretty far out there. It's so difficult without the IR tracker, like without being able to look. Dude, you know, speaking of traditional Thanksgiving, man, you know what I did miss this Thanksgiving was cranberries, man. Dude, ever since I was a kid, I've been like a cranberries addict. God damn, just serve me up a plate of those sweet crans, dude. Put those cranberries on a sandwich. Oof. What's everybody's like Thanksgiving like go-to, dude? Is it like maybe a peach cobbler, or is it like a good ham or something, or it's like, you know, oh man, like I know somebody that would be all about like a bomb like green bean like casserole. Oof. Fire, dude. All right, guys, so like landing technique, what we're trying to do out here is look at runway shape. And one of the things that we're trying to do is just stay aligned with the extended center line of this runway with the rudder. Oh, you know what? God, it's such a pain. Yeah, without IR tracker, this sucks. We're really looking for runway shape. And we're a little low, but that's okay. We're looking for this trapezoidal shape right here. That's crucial. What we're trying to do is maintain the extended center line right here. We're trying to maintain the center line with our rudder. We're trying to maintain a runway alignment with the rudder, and then with any wind that might be blowing us off center, we want rudder into the wind. But right now I have no wind. But I'm just trying to stay aligned with the rudder. Yeah, so at what point do you there's that trapezoidal shape, by the way. At what point do you reduce the power? Are you talking about initially, like the initial power reduction? Or are you talking about like out here, like when do you know, going into ground effect? Yeah, Just I wanted to make sure. It's kind of an ambiguous question, Ordinary. Are you talking about reducing your speed, like the initial, right? You're talking about initially, at what point do you start configuring for landing? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, Zach's got it. The when you're now, assuming that you're number one for the field, right? Assuming that you're number one for the field, a beam the touchdown point is what we do. Now, if you're not number one for the field, then obviously you're not doing that. Let me get out of this here. Yeah, if assuming that you are number one for the field, you reduce power, and start reducing speed for your landing when you're a beam your touchdown point. Now, when you are not number one, when you are number two or number three for the field, first of all, if you're like number three or number four for the field, like have it make sense. If you're number three and you're behind somebody on an extended, final, and you're really, really far out there, like, dude, you very well might be even on final, on a very long final for the airport, and reducing speed, and reducing power, and that you're maintaining 80, or even if I'm number three for the field and I'm way out there, I'm doing 85 or 90 knots. For me personally, I will do 85 or 90 knots, and I might even go up to 1,200 feet or something. I won't do more than like 100 feet increase, but I'm just trying to give myself, energy-wise, the best shot possible. If I have an engine failure this low, this far out, I am not trying to be a TPA and 80 knots 4 miles away from the airport. You know what I mean? So have it make sense. But yeah, assuming number one, being the touchdown point. So, man, dude, that was an awesome ground and sim session. You guys are awesome, and I just wanted to say that. Thank you so much for being with me tonight and being in class and just engaging and looking things up and being so enthusiastic. I really appreciate you guys coming back time and time again, and with the willingness to learn. And also, I can't tell you how much I can't tell you enough how much I appreciate you challenging me to be better, and challenging me to look things up and recall things that I haven't thought of in a little while. It's a win-win situation, and I love humbling situations. It's all really important to go through that. So I did want to invite you tomorrow for Flying Skills Thursday. I have sight pictures on there, but honestly, dude, I have half a mind to just do DCS and get into the F-18 and just have some fun. So I think that's what I'm going to do tomorrow, because we were talking about sight. I have sight pictures as Flying Skills Thursdays, but that's basically what we did tonight with angle of attack. So I'm thinking we mess around in the F-18 and we do DCS. Oops. So let's do that. I have, let's see. Yeah, I have a 3 to 6 flight student tomorrow. So we're probably going to get at this at 7 or 8 p.m. or something like that. I'm really looking forward to it. So yeah, thanks again, guys. I'm gonna take a break here for a little bit. I'm gonna be back for some video games, dude. I'm thinking some Skyrim. I'm gonna be back for some Skyrim. And we'll see where the night kind of takes us, cause there's some speech writing that I need to do as well. But I definitely want to play some Skyrim. So I'm gonna stop here. I'm gonna restart a new stream, and I'll see you guys here in a few minutes if you want to stick back around. If not, let me actually see about rating. Oh, Fliggity is up right now. Dude, thank you so much for the follow. JD's. Thank you so much. All right, guys. So I'll be right back. I'm going to stop the stream right here, and I'm going to put my yoke away and stuff. Oh, very cool, man. Very cool. Yeah, definitely be back tomorrow, dude. DCS is going to be the shit, dude. It's been a while since I've done it, and Ordinary, I'm looking forward to it too. So yeah, JD's. We'll definitely we'll be talking soon. See ya.